Good morning, legends. How's everyone doing? Can you hear me well? Hoping we don't have some connection issues today. It should be a great live stream. Bit of a new location. How are we doing? How are we doing? What is up? What is up? David Nola? Hi, brother. Hello. What's up? Morning, Matt. Yes, loud and clear. Clarity denied. Sup, Matt? How's it going, Trula? Hello, how are you doing? Girl has it all? I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. So, today should be an interesting day. Macau, Matt, my man, welcome. Welcome. Ooh, so handsome. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. Good morning. Hope you will enjoy your weekend, Matt. Chi-Chan, I will. It is my mother's birthday weekend, so I will certainly be enjoying that. Yeah, today should be a pretty interesting day. Normally on Fridays, in accordance to the schedule, I do video updates or live streams. However, today, I think it makes sense to do a live stream simply because we have this going on. So there's a field hearing for the Clarity Act. So this wasn't just clickbait. Now, we have to understand that the Clarity Act, which was expected to release today, does not have the Senate Democrat support. So this is definitely something that we have to keep in mind when listening to the field hearing. Can you guys hear me? Let's make sure that this connection stays stable because we're going to be at it for a while today. So, here's the thing. This starts at 10 a.m., so in approximately 2 hours from now. So until then, we have the US market open, and we'll look at some more possibilities in this market. Hi, Matt. Could today be a Black Friday kind of day? Cecile Premi. Guys, I am not in the business of calling these kinds of Black Swan events, Black Friday events, whatever you want to call it. I can't call these things, guys. It's impossible to call it. What I will say, though, is the 2018 scenario still looks locked in at this point. Because you can see here that the weekly candle has flipped red. So it's definitely something that we must consider. Can we get one more thrust upwards is the question. And we'll try to answer that in today's live stream as well. Gold still hovering below $4,000. We also have Macron coming into some interesting levels. I talked about this in my premium group. By the way, guys, if you want to join the group where I share all of the trades that you're currently seeing that are live right now, you have them in the description down below. I'm probably going to take some more profits from my Tau position at this point. All these trades, guys, all of them shared in first link in the description down below. We're going to build into it today. Should be an interesting one. Live and waiting. An amazing day to have some coffee with a croissant. I don't have a croissant, but I do have a coffee. Can you check liquidity? Yep, we will check liquidity, believe me. A Versace, hello everyone. Welcome, dude. So here's the thing. We can still have a pullback and we can still push higher. This has largely been my base case and I've been keeping you updated on it in the group. This is where I wanted to go short. A sweep of 65.6 to add to my existing, to enter a new scalp short. And we just about grazed it. I know some members, I pointed this out in the premium group, and I want to say at least 20 people have DM'd me on Telegram that's within my premium group and said, bro, we didn't sweep the level, but I entered the short trade. I was looking for short exposure, and they got that short exposure already playing out to basically at this point, a 3-for-1 risk to reward. So this trade has largely already played out. And this was a scalp that we shared within the premium group. Obviously, I didn't take the trade because we didn't sweep the level. Now, I'm pretty picky when it comes to, my scalp trades, especially. You need to be very, very technical, but it was always going to be a higher time frame zone that we reject from. And we discussed exactly why that was in this video up here. So if you want to know why we rejected, it was all discussed in my previous YouTube video as well. But I'll go over it today as well. I'm getting my first coffee in this morning, legends. I'm effectively waking up with all of you. So cut me a little bit of slack. If you haven't already, destroy that like button. This should be a very interesting live stream. How is the air quality in Canada? Yeah, it got pretty bad, man. It got pretty bad. Let's see if today we can also get to 20,000 subscribers. We're like 100 away. Pretty epic. Hi, is this a positive or negative event? We'll have to see what comes out of it, guys. It's impossible. Like, we have to understand that Shoe White, when you ask questions like this, it's borderline impossible for me to tell you if it's a positive or negative event. If we get some more clarity out of it, if the field hearing goes well, then it's a positive event. But from what I understand, they're just going to be discussing the ins and outs of it, even though the Democrats are not supporting it thus far. And actually, we know, why don't I just give you guys a quick summary? We have it here, right? So the hearing overview, it's not a vote or a markup, but it will include basically testimony from 4 witnesses, Q&A from House members, and opening statements from the subcommittee chair and ranking member. And the hearing will focus on how the Clarity Act creates regulatory rules for digital assets, which in turn encourages US innovation, entrepreneurship, and investment in blockchain crypto, helps keep development and talent in America instead of course, moving overseas, supports growth of digital assets, of digital asset markets and fintech, provides much needed certainty for companies, developers, and financial institutions. This is a key one, in my opinion. So the discussion should be around the clear rules for token classification, commodity versus security exchanges, stablecoins, and overall market structure. So that's what we're going to be listening into. It should only be like an hour or two once it kicks off at 10 a.m. But until then, we still have 2 hours. So I'll be live until then. I'll be live after then as well. And we'll see if we can take some new opportunities in this market as well. I think that a lot of people will be too soon to call this relief rally over. But I also think that with 1 or 2 green weekly candles, as we discussed at the beginning of the week, that a lot of people would be jumping into longs because they're worried that they're missing the bulk of the move. My expectation is something along these lines where Bitcoin does get a little bit of a pullback, which we're seeing this week, but we can ultimately climb higher into that bull market support band, 2021 all-time high, so $69,000 plus, into that 200-day moving average. But reminder, guys, the moving averages, this bull market support band, they constantly drop because the price is below the level. So that's currently what I'm looking at, legends. I'm in a bunch of trades. Right now, I'm in a Bitcoin long, which I took at 58.1. This is a position that I'm actually willing to compound into, hovering with the unrealized P&L, but I've already secured just under $50,000 in the group on this one. Bitcoin short. This one, still holding on to it, but my massive Bitcoin short is still looking exactly the same, and I'm about to take some more profits on my Tau position. My next TP is at around 183 here. Keep in mind, all these trades, every single one of them, legends, are shared within my group. So whether I'm live, whether I'm posting a video, whether I'm away, any updates that I take in the market are shared in my group. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you'll be able to join that group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. Sometimes there's nothing to update because I'm holding my trades and I'm waiting patiently to see if the market can give us a little bit of clarity before I take another swing trade. From a scalping perspective, as we discussed in my previous video, this was a perfectly reasonable zone to enter a short. Now, I missed my scalp entry by literally $30. Literally $30. But what can you do? What can you do? I'm not particularly stressed about it. If you guys know me, you know that I don't panic over missed opportunities. There's unlimited trades that you can take in this market. And I know that there's so many group members that, based on my analysis, have entered a short here. Position is already protected, right? Shoe White, thanks for the answer. Of course, guys, of course. Matt looks more handsome today. Wow, thank you very much, guys. I just woke up. I appreciate it. It might be maybe it's the lighting in this. Maybe it's the lighting here, because there's sometimes the lighting makes me look clapped. Anyways, let's see, guys. Let's see. I also wanted to quickly take a look at Intel. I think it's an interesting one to consider because we are technically... No, that's not the one. This is interesting to me, to say the least. Guys, stocks, crypto, everything that I trade, bluffing down below. Second link in the description down below. But we have other exchange partners that you can choose to join if you'd like to join the community as well, where you trade with your own money. But I might look to trade this one. Well, this one I've already discussed in the premium group, Macron. Could be interesting. I can trade this on Bluffin. And this one as well, I haven't mentioned it, but it is starting to look pretty interesting if we can get a little bit of a fake out here. Hey, Matt, what do you think of DEX? Yeah, that one has already started dropping a little bit, right? Show Pew, I'm not sure if you're in my group, but we've talked about Macron. And you're saying you're willing to enter, but basically what I would say is I'm looking for some kind of move towards that anchored VWAP from the pivot low that we established here. If we get a tap into it and it holds, I'm willing to take a punt on this one. Intel needs to be a fake out. If we just continue to get acceptance below this previous pivot, then this could easily just continue to drop. But for now, I'm just keeping my eyes on it. Ahmad Ali, hey Matsir, in the current range, Bitcoin reclaimed the anchored VWAP drawn from the bottom as well as the value area low. From the current range, Bitcoin has reclaimed the anchored VWAP from the current range. This is the current range. Are you taking, you may be taking, it's entirely from the low here? Let's remove this other anchored VWAP. Yes, we have. Yes, we have. And if you're talking about the volume profile, from the start of the range to where we are today, no, we have not reclaimed, you said the value area high, we have not reclaimed the value area high, we have reclaimed the point of control. So the point of control is where you have the most amount of volume within an existing range. So, anyways, all of these terms and stuff, we talk about it in my group as well. But this is, yeah, you're correct in saying we did reclaim the point of control and the anchored VWAP from the actual low in this range, which is pretty interesting. Hi all. What exactly is being decided? What exactly is being decided today regarding the Clarity Act? So, first things first, like we just discussed, it does not have the Senate Democrat support. So we have to get that out there. But when I asked our friend Grok, what's this hearing going to be about today, which should be approximately between 1 and 2 hours, basically it's going to talk about, it's going to try to focus on the regulatory rules for digital assets, which is something that we're well aware of at this point, but maybe there's more clarity here. Anyways, I don't know about you, but I pay attention to these meetings. I know a lot of people will say, oh, it's a nothing burger, and I've been one of those people in the past, right? Sometimes it is a nothing burger, but here's the thing. If I'm gonna live stream anyways, I might as well cover it, right? So we'll watch it together. That'll give us an opportunity to really hear what they have to say. We do know there was another thing. The odds for the Clarity Act, actually passing have dropped. So that we know as well. Dropped to below 40%. And we went as high as literally 80% here. So pretty interesting. Either way, there's going to be opportunities to trade this market, guys. I don't trade based on news, but we should be seeing some volatility based on what is discussed at this meeting. So we'll cover it together. We're in for a nice Friday live stream. As always, I'm in my trades that were shared within my group if you'd like to join. If I take a big swing trade on the stream, I always update my group first, right? That's the rule. But reminder, you're trading with your own money, guys. You're not paying me to join the group. The way it works is you sign up to any of these exchanges below and you trade as you normally do. If you're already trading on Kraken or BTCC, I can transfer you under my referral, and basically you don't have to create a new account. So it's quite easy. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join. This was interesting as well. This was very, very interesting to me. Trump media to sell faster access to President Trump's Truth Social posts, which will let traders and investors pay for real-time feed of Truth Social posts. Absolutely obscene. Guys, I mean, say what you want. Depending on how much this is, I will probably pay for it to see if it gives me an edge. Why wouldn't you? I'd want to see what this is all about. If it's just like a second before, then maybe not. Maybe I'd have to build my own bot with AI. But this is very, very interesting. Hello, Legend. Good to see you on the Friday. Keep up the good work. Corwin is part of my community. Cheers to you with my coffee. I don't want the Clarity Act to pass. I think it'll change the markets we are used to too fast. Prediction market fake out. You're going to cut that short position if it passes? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, guys. I think that these events, a lot of people seem to think that just because something may or may not pass, price action will absolutely capitulate, or we're just going to explode to the upside. So no, I would not cut my short position. Absolutely not. Keep in mind, guys, these trades were all shared within my community, but it's also important to consider that I have my stop loss at break even here. So at the absolute worst case scenario on this trade, I've made 450K. So it's not something that I'm particularly stressed about. Today, Taluk says, today I made 4 shorts and 1 long, all hit TP. Congratulations, my man. That's awesome. Christopher, hi Matsur. Morning from Brazil. What are your thoughts on the new multi-position function on Bluffin? My thoughts are it's awesome. It's great. John Hunter, 89. Good morning, my man. What do you think about RKLB tradable on Bluffin? I am not even looking at that. Sorry guys, sometimes you'll mention some things that if I don't look at them, I don't really know about them. I drew the volume profile from the most range. How's the music sounding? Louder? Should I put it louder? Should I put it lower? Different mic here, so I need a little bit of adjustments. Purchase media, my bro with the surprise live stream. Nah, man. There are no surprises here, guys. As we've discussed it, right? The summer schedule is as followed. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, live streams. Now, I might adjust the Thursday one for a Wednesday. Let's see. But Friday is always TBD. Recently, it's been usually video updates on Fridays because couple of things. The market hasn't been really doing anything, and I had plans with my friends. So, you know, life is important too. However, I'm back with the live stream on the Friday because of this Clarity Act event. So I'm never going to leave you guys hanging. When there's something that I think is important, I will cover it on the channel, and I will do my best to cover it live. That's that. Can you... So some of you guys are asking me about multi-position on Bluffin, right? All right, multi-position. Sorry guys, I'm getting distracted. You had a lot of comments coming in and I'm trying to address everyone. So the thing with multi-position on Bluffin, basically you have, I don't know why, should I refresh it? So multi-position on Bluffin, first and foremost, I can't activate it because I'm not on hedge mode. So we've discussed this before. Unfortunately, I entered my big trades without entering hedge mode first, meaning I need to close my trades if I want to have multi-position as an option, right? But multi-position basically lets you enter like multiple trades in the same direction. So let's say that I have a Bitcoin long from here at $58,000, which I do have on my other exchange here. I can enter there, and then instead of compounding into the same position, I can enter a new long right here. And what this basically means is you have two separate positions. So if for whatever reason, my invalidation for this long, let's just say for argument's sake that it's at 62K, and this gets stopped out, but then we have a massive bounce afterwards, you're still holding on to your other long. So I think it's pretty good. It's very smooth, guys. Bluffin are coming out with tons of solid features. Bluffin is my go-to exchange. You know I have a lot of other options for you to be able to join my community, but I've been mainly trading on Bluffin. And honestly, I can't wait to just close my trades so I can activate hedge mode and multi-position, because now for me to enter basically a new trade, say if it's another Bitcoin short, I have to either use my sub account on Bluffin or I have to use another platform. So anyways, it's totally fine. We'll close them at some point and then I'll be able to almost solely use it. Is multi-position on Kraken Pro? That I do not know. I cannot confirm. I'll have a look and get back to you on that. What do you think? Will the Clarity Act pass or not? I don't think today will determine whether or not the Clarity Act will pass or not. They're going to be talking about the Clarity Act once more, and I wanted to cover it because we'll be going live. But right now, the probabilities favor that before January 2027, there's only a 36% chance that the crypto market structure legislation becomes law. So something for all of us to consider. The answer is probably no. Legends, you know what's funny? I will never tell you where I live or what I'm doing in that sense. But one of the other streams, I had a bunch of bots coming in saying, "You're a scammer. You live in your mom's basement." And it made me laugh so much because, guys, right now, do you know where I am? I'm in my mom's basement, but I've probably paid a few $1,000s for a nice studio setup. So when I do visit my parents, I have a nice setup to record videos for you guys. Life is all about flexibility. I have at this point, I want to say, at this point, I have 3.5, we'll say 4. I have 4 studio setups in different locations. I have one in my apartment in Dubai, I have a couple of them in Canada, and I have another one elsewhere in Dubai as well. So flexibility is very important. If I'm going to spend time with my friends and family and I want to go visit my parents, I will do so, right? Anyways, I thought that was pretty funny because that's exactly where I am right now. I have some big lights right behind the camera. I have my monitors here. We keep it going. We keep it rolling. Does hedge mode have any hidden charges than one-way mode? I would imagine no. Right? You're not going to be penalized for entering a long and then entering a short at the same time. You're not going to be penalized. But because it is a new trade, of course, every single trade incurs a little bit of fees. So that's just how it works. But I don't think you have any additional fees for hedge mode. Purchase media, did you party hard last night? Maybe not really. It was pretty chill. But tonight, maybe a little bit more. But today, guys, if all goes well, I'm planning on being live for at least 5 hours. You know, yesterday we had to cut it short. It was about a 2-hour live stream. So let's see, guys. Let's see. Moreover, 35. I remember one live stream when your mom came and asked you if you finished the stream. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't, you know parents, right? They don't understand. It's just funny. I'll be on the live stream for like 4 hours. She's like, "Are you kidding me? Like, who are you even talking to? I don't understand." But we have, right now there's just under 300 of you legends watching. So there's a lot of people to talk to, right? Yo, Matt, what's good? If there's any major news event, Matt's here, do you hold off trades or trade through the news if the setup is there? Usually the latter. So if the setup is there, guys, I will gladly enter a swing trade. It doesn't really matter on the news. But that's the key thing, a swing trade. When it comes to scalping this market, it's not easy to trade when you have news events. So it's something for us to definitely consider. Because scalps, you can get stopped out quite easily. The invalidations are much tighter. I'm a lot more picky with my entries. As we just discussed, this was the entry on my scalp short within my community. By the way, if you want to join, where I share all my insights, you know where to find me. First link in the description down below. But because we didn't sweep the level, I didn't enter a new trade, right? We have a lot of members that have already made a 3-for-1 risk to reward here on this short trade. But the point is, from a scalping perspective, I'm a lot more picky on my entries, and it is a lot easier to potentially get wicked out. Versus swing, you know, when I entered my long down here, my invalidation, like I had a stop in the 56K zone. So when you enter such a high time frame important zone, it was very unlikely that even if we got some news that the world was ending, that Bitcoin would drop. Let me make sure I'm using my words correctly. It would be very unlikely that Bitcoin would have dropped that low without the trade being invalidated. So basically what I'm saying is if I would have taken a loss on my long trade at $58,100 that was shared in the group, if we would have gone down to like 56, 55, the trade would have been invalidated and therefore I would have taken the loss. But when you're scalping, like let's say you entered 58 and your stop loss is 57.7, yeah, we got the bounce, but then we came back down and it's pretty easy to get stopped out. Although if you were scalping this, you would have already taken most of your profits at like 60K. So basically what I'm trying to say is swing trading is more reliable. When I started trading, I was doing a lot more scalping to build up my capital. But once I got the hang of it, I basically pivoted full-time to swing trading. And that's what I'm trying to teach you guys mainly. On the stream, sometimes we'll take a couple of entertaining scalps here and there, and let's see if we can get one or two of those today. But for the most part, I'm a swing trader. How much do you take risk from your total account balance? So on my swing trades, I take usually between 1 and 5% of my trading portfolio. So I stand to lose between 1 and 5% of my trading portfolio. What's your bias today, Matt? Clarity Act equals bullish. Let's see what the discussions bring to fruition, right? Brother, can you talk about the ETH Bitcoin breakout and if ETH bottomed in June? Very, very good question. Yes, I will talk about that because the only cryptocurrencies really that I will look to really get into, Bitcoin, ETH, and Hype, probably. Now in my community, I mentioned mainly Bitcoin and Hype, but I am starting to think that if ETH gets a significant pullback, let's say that the trajectory is correct. Let's just say that we do pop up, we come back down. If ETH ends up dropping in line with Bitcoin dropping later this year, I will look to probably buy multiple 6 figures worth of Ethereum, way more Bitcoin, obviously, but that's kind of my strategy. This cycle though, I'm really pleased to announce that I will be trading even more in terms of how much capital I use. Previously, I had a way bigger spot portfolio, but now I've been making so much money trading the market that it makes more sense for me to actively trade it rather than just hold a spot bag and pray. I will always hold a big spot bag, but I think it makes more sense from my own personal side of things to trade the market more actively, particularly in a bull market where it pays dividends to long every dump or almost every dump. Not financial advice, of course. I'm not telling you to do that. Please remember that I am just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. You have the disclaimer in the description down below. Moro ETH. I don't know why I always struggle with pronouncing your name. Morov ETH. Do you prefer a low win rate, high risk to reward, or high win rate, low risk to reward? I prefer a high win rate, high risk to reward. But honestly, if you only could choose one, I would prefer a low win rate, high risk to reward. So, did you close the scalp short? As discussed, Community members took the scalp short that I shared in my group, some of them, but I did not personally enter this trade because we did not sweep the level that I highlighted. And that level was pretty damn annoying, I must say. We missed it by $30. Look, this pivot here, I was looking for a sweep. And if I zoom in, that level, 65,596. Where did price go? $65,566. So no sweep, no entry for me. And I'm a little bit more, I can afford to be a little bit more picky because I'm still in 4 pretty damn big positions in this market, which were all shared in my group. You can call me Moro. All right, Moro ETH. I like Moro ETH. It's the V that throws me off. Morov ETH. Moro ETH. Can recommend Croatia, by the way. In hotel room right now watching. Absolutely lovely. I actually went to Croatia a few years ago and I lived in Split for 3 months actually. It was awesome. Absolutely amazing. I loved it there. Hi Legend, what is your price range for this bear market bottom? Mustafa, my price, largely my trajectory that I think could occur is something like this. Keep in mind though, since Bitcoin was over $100,000, I've been calling for below 60K. I'm gonna give myself credit there where it's due because so many of your favorite influencers on every single relief rally were basically saying that Bitcoin would go up, would keep on going up. And we've just played the bear market perfectly in the community. Short, take profits, like add to the position. It's just been absolutely epic, this bear market. It's been like a really, I hate to sound like this, but it's been a pretty stress-free way to make money in this bear market. Have I had some losing trades? Of course I've had some. But for the most part, it's been lovely to just short the relief rallies. And since Bitcoin was even above $100,000, you can go back, we were calling for sub 60K. We got it. So I already have some group members that have said, that's good enough for me. I've started dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin when we drop to below $60,000, which is absolutely awesome. Now, I still think we can go lower, but it makes me very happy that we managed to get to my first start of the range for the bear market bottom. Have you ever been to Switzerland, my man? Come visit me. No, I haven't, but I would absolutely love to go to Switzerland. The only thing with filming content here is I'm chilly, man. Whew. Are you going short or long today? Oscar, my man, if you're new to the channel, that's not how we work here. That's not how we work here. I will decide on how the price action develops. If we keep on holding above this anchored VWAP from the low, then I may consider entering a new little long. However, for me to add to my swing long, which I've started entering here in my group, I would want to see Bitcoin dropping to some lower liquidity levels. So 7-day, we still have this leverage that I think could be phenomenal to wipe out. So I don't think that Bitcoin's going to revisit $57,000. It could be a while, guys. It could be a while. I would much prefer a drop to below 60K, 58, call it 58, call it my entry on my Bitcoin long. That's what I would prefer, into the value area low of this current range for me to enter a new swing Bitcoin long. I'm talking like a serious position, which of course will be shared in my group. That's what I'm looking at for swing trading. Scalping, let's see. We failed to hold above the value area high, and now we're basically in no man's land, which is between the point of control and the value area high. US stock market opens in 1 hour from now. The riser says dump time heading to low 60K. If we do, I would love that. Someone says the bottom is in. How do you plan to deploy your capital when the bottom is in? So the idea is you deploy your capital more aggressively as we head lower, which sounds counterintuitive. Wouldn't you want to see a sign of relative strength? In my experience, it's been easier to DCA into Bitcoin the lower we go, but to not DCA in at a specific price and only wait for that price. Because I know some people, some great traders actually from Dubai, that have waited for that historically and have effectively refused to DCA into Bitcoin, and they miss the entire run. Now, good for them, they're great traders, it's awesome, they still make money anyways, but they said never again, I will never do that again, which is basically what I mean. When we hit sub 60K, that was a good time to, for example, enter with 5% of the capital that you're willing to buy Bitcoin with. Then if we are to head lower, you add another 10%, you add another 20%. The lower and lower we go, the more you add. Not financial advice, that's exactly what I will be doing. But you always want to have some exposure. I still hold Bitcoin from the previous bear market, right? Trula 30, when you take swing trades with high quantity or low quantity compared to your scalping, I'm not sure I understand your question, but what I would say is Nick Tooney, if you're using Nick Tooney, there's nothing wrong with your comments, my man, but I do have a pretty strict bot nowadays that blocks comments based on keywords like scam and things like that, because we got absolutely attacked by bots in one of the previous live streams. So just make sure that you're cautious of the words that you can't use. And it kind of defeats the purpose for me to tell you guys which words you can't use, because then the bots will circumvent it somehow. Grigor says, I already dollar cost averaged. Average entry right now is $65,000. And guys, there's nothing wrong with that. If you ask me, Matsir, is 65K a good price for Bitcoin if you have a very long-term outlook? My answer is yes. My answer is yes. Trula, I have to say, I don't know if I answered your question because now I forget. But basically, yes, I size into trades much more when I do swing compared to scalp. When it comes to scalping, I usually do between 0.5 and 1% of my trading portfolio. When it comes to swing trading, it's between 1% and 5%. Like the big Bitcoin short that I've been talking about constantly on the channel, where we're up over 600K total, and that was shared in my group as well. That one was with 5% of my trading portfolio. Right now, it's currently sitting at around 3% because I've taken so much profits from this trade, but I will look to add to the position. And guys, if you want to know when I add to my position to try and play out this kind of bear market scenario, please remember you have the first link in the description down below. So if you scroll down, you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, I'd be more than happy to add you into my private group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. Before I take my next big trade, I mean, everything is shared in that group. Let's see. What's the next trade plan looking like, bro? Patience, that's what it's looking like, my friends. You know, something that I'd like to share, I see the old version of me in a lot of you guys when I read some of these comments. And that old version is the constant need of being in a trade or entering a new trade, the dopamine rush. It's something that is unfortunately, it's pretty disastrous over the long term, but I like to think that if you stick to trading, it's something that you end up getting over. That's why sometimes in my group, guys, sometimes I get messages saying, bro, you're holding your 4 trades. Why aren't you taking on more trades? I don't share trades just for the sake of sharing trades, guys. I take trades that I think are highly probable. Do I have losses? Yes. But if I'm in 4 major active swing positions in this market, I don't really see a reason for me to force it, right? You get favorable positions, you milk the profits, and you look for new high probable positions. A highly probable position was, for example, this scalp short that we shared within the group. Now, we didn't sweep my level, I didn't take it, but this was always going to be a rejection zone, right? So you don't always need to be in a new trade, particularly if you already have exposure as I do. Patience is something that's, unfortunately, it takes a long time to learn, but once you learn it, everything changes. Devault Trading, very wise words. My man, Devault yesterday ripped a nice 6-hour live stream. Absolute legend. Absolute legend. I'm looking forward to seeing you in person again, man. It's been a very long time. Will it be back to 65K later? If I had to guess, I still think that Bitcoin, we will see Bitcoin back above 65K, if I had to guess. Can we drop to the 60s and then bounce up? Yes, it's a possibility. But if I had to guess, I still think that in this bear market, we will see Bitcoin back above 65K. Sup, Matt? Late to the party, but checking in, boss. What is up, Semi, my man? I hope you're well. Do not worry, bro. We will get to your level soon enough. Just keep the education and drill in the truth for a mindset change. FOMO is difficult to get rid of, but with time, it's fine. Yep, exactly. Taluk Dat, when I have one trade open, then I open another, the later trade just merges with the previous one. I want separate stop loss TP for the individual position. Is that possible? Absolutely it is possible, guys. Absolutely it is possible. You go here. Here's the thing. It's only possible on Bluffin if you're not in active positions because you have to activate hedge mode. So this allows you to do something called, if you go in your settings, top right corner, see how it says position mode new? Right now I am in one-way mode only because I've entered my trades before activating hedge mode. Foolish mistake. Now if I want to take on a new trade in the same direction that I'm currently in, because I have the majority of my shorts on Bluffin, I have to basically close my trades, and click hedge mode, and then I can do it. Or I create a sub account on Bluffin, which is also quite easy to do. Or I do the trade on a different exchange. If you're not in an active trade and you're trading with me on Bluffin, I would highly recommend that you already click hedge mode, because then this enables multi-position, which is exactly what you're asking for with that comment. So you can basically have independent positions in the same contract with separate margin, P&L, and management. Meaning, if you entered a long at the lows like we did within my community, and you wanted to enter a new long here, you could, and let's say that the price broke down and you got stopped out of this new long, you're not impacting this position at all. Because what happens if we drop and then we pop back up, right? So if you haven't already, number one, activate hedge mode on Bluffin. It's in the settings in the top right. Number two, if you already have a position open, as I do, then the alternatives are you open a sub account on Bluffin, which is quite easy to do. You can look at a quick tutorial online on how to do it. Very, very simple. Or you sign up down below with any of the other links, and you can have a new trading account that you can enter the opposite position. So it's totally up to you. So that's how it works. If you want multi-position though, make sure to activate hedge mode. Boom. Isolated. You invest in any other crap? Do you invest in any other asset except for crypto recently? Yes, so I personally DCA into the stock market. And that's that. I don't really trade the stock market that much, but I'm happy to take 10, 20, depends on the month. Like if the stock market gets a significant correction, I will probably buy, I have to say, and I know people just want to stay in crypto, but I like to diversify. I would probably buy with 20% of my total cash position. If the stock market had a 20% correction, I would just dump it in lump sum. That's what I'm going to do personally. But I do invest in stocks. Matt's trade looks good. The Riser 174, thank you very much. I appreciate your comment. When you initially took out your big short position, why did you not take profits on the way down, considering you're a swing trader? How and why have you held this position for so long? Brilliant question. Number one, I did take profits on the way down. So I don't know where some of you guys got that information from, but you can see here P&L and realized P&L. I have taken most of the profits from this trade. I've secured 450K, which means that if the trade goes against me, at the absolute worst, I will walk away with this with around $450,000. So I did take profits on the way down. In fact, the way that it worked was I entered, I took profits on the way down, I added to my position, and I took more profits on the way down. So I hope that addresses your question, and I plan to do the same thing, guys. So I recently entered a long here. My general trajectory is something along these lines. Please don't take this to the bank. It can be wrong, but this is basically what I think could happen, where we have a little bit of a dump, we continue to get relief, and right at around here, call it 69, 70K, depending on how the price action is developing, I may look to add to my swing short again. And of course, I will update you on any movements of my trades, when I take profits, when I take on new trades. All of that is shared within my community. So if you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you'll be able to join my group. That's how I trade this market, guys. Got your eye on gold levels approaching targets? Yes. Yes, I am looking at gold, guys. Getting close. Bro, why don't you take it to the bank? What does that mean? What do you mean, why don't I take it to the bank? The reason I don't cash out fully is because I think that Bitcoin can go lower. And so what if, and this actually ties into Nick Tooney's question here. Nick Tooney is saying, Matsir, I want to know, how did you know we weren't going to have a capitulation candle in June? Because we only went to 57K, not a sweep of the 50s yet. I missed out on this swing because of that. Well, to answer two questions at once, I didn't know, guys. It's all about probabilities. I was eyeing two potential scenarios for Bitcoin this summer. And guys, I know that it's frustrating if you're new to trading and you hear someone on the internet say, oh, but there's multiple scenarios. And then they come out and they say, look, I was right because I presented multiple scenarios. Those of you that know me know that I'm not like that, but I still present the scenarios. I'm not going to claim victory if I didn't make money on the trade. That's the difference between me and other, let's say, analysts on the internet. When I lose a trade, I tell you I lose a trade, but there's a lot of guys that will just post a bunch of charts and they say, hey, I entered a trade. They don't show their trading. They just tell you that they did it, and that's that. And then they claim victory on scenario number 9 out of 15 scenarios that were possible. My scenarios for the summer were as followed. Either we had something similar to 2022, where Bitcoin does indeed just capitulate lower before we get some relief. Here you can see in 2022, what actually happened is Bitcoin dropped massively into June. And from the June low to where we popped up, it was still a 40% relief rally. So for me, the summer relief rally was always on the cards because it typically does happen in bear markets. That was my base case, that we would get a summer relief rally. The question was, are we just going to capitulate further below the low at the beginning of the year? Or are we going to sweep that low like at the beginning of the year in 2018? And this price action looked way more similar to the price action that we had in 2026. We create that low in early February. And guys, trading is all about observing these kinds of patterns, right? And at the end of the day, taking on a position when you're ready to take on a position and you're happy with the risk. We create the low at the beginning of the year. We go into summer, into mid-June, early July. We sweep that low. And this is why we've been talking about it as a simulation almost, because this low was at $5,900. This low was at $5,700. And what happened after, in the summer of 2018, we had that relief rally all the way up to the 200-day moving average, which is this dark blue line. So this was the other scenario that I was eyeing. I didn't know with certainty that, okay, we're not just going to capitulate lower. But that also answers another question. Why are you still holding your short, man? Because I didn't know if we would capitulate further. I'm just playing the probabilities. And as soon as we had the sweep, $59,000 at the beginning of the year, 10x of 2018, $57,000 on this low, I thought from a risk to reward perspective, it made sense to enter along. But we could have just capitulated further, and then I would have came on camera and said, guys, I got stopped out of my long, but more importantly, guys, I'm still making money on the way down with my short. I think I'm explaining myself pretty okay. So that was the logic, right? That was the logic. Hi, Matt. Can you talk about silver, please? Yeah, I can take a look. I can take a look at silver as well. So that's how I play the bear market. These positions are called hedges, right? Would you have taken that long if you didn't have a short already? Yes. And then now we can start, now that I've gotten that out of the way, we can talk about the technical reasons behind taking that long in the first place. And most importantly, we tapped into a pretty crucial level, the 2024 value area low. So I've always had this marked on the chart, but previously, when Bitcoin was up here, we had so much leverage from everyone getting excited about this Clarity Act meeting, which, we'll live stream the other one today. It's in 1 hour from now. We had so much built up long liquidation leverage. At this point, there was 10 times more longs on the market than shorts. And a lot of the leverage, as we dropped lower here after this first sweep, a lot of the leverage continued to pile up right here, right at around that 2024 value area low. We also saw that the Coinbase Premium Index started seeing a little bit of buying pressure, and that was enough confluence for me to justify taking a risk on a long. So there's no certainties. This trade could have been stopped out, but it didn't get stopped out. And you take high probable trades, and this was one of those high probable trades. Liquidity right below the 200-week moving average, which we typically try to hold on as support in a bear market, at least temporarily. Plus, we have the 2024 value area low, and more longs with short leverage starting to build up entered the market. And so I was always going to try to play a bounce here. It's easier to say in hindsight, but that was the logic behind the trade. Very okay explaining. Awesome. I'm glad that I'm okay at explaining my thought process. Taluk says, man, I just hit my 6th take profit for today while interacting with you. Years of grinding, man. I feel like crying. Oh my God. Congratulations, my man. Congratulations. When it really pays off, it really pays off. Absolutely awesome, guys. Stock market opens in just under 40 minutes from now. And after the stock market opens at around 10 a.m., we have the field hearing for the Clarity Act. Nick Tooney, okay, interesting. Do you expect a capitulation after this rally though, or would you operate the same way and just long at 56K? No. I think that the bear market bottom will look something like this. So I actually think that there will be bounces along the way. Again, don't take this to the bank, but this is what I think could happen to establish a bear market bottom. If we are to breach the 57K zone again, maybe there's a couple scalps to play at around the 56K zone, but I don't know if I would have the confidence to enter another swing long if we drop to below the 57K zone quite yet. If we drop below there, I'd be looking at my next real key area of interest is the 2024 summer low, which there's no guarantees we even get it. Maybe the bear market bottom looks something like this. Maybe we sweep it and then we chop and then it's higher low, and this can play out in a lot of different ways. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. You won't hear me tell you things with certainty because there are no certainties in this market. Morning legend, Mr. Wolf. Morning. Good day, everybody. Good day, boss. Sorry for late coming. Hope you did not cut my salary. You're fired, Rick Ty. You're fired. No, we're good. We're good. We are good, guys. If I give you moderator access, legends, it's just to help out when you can. You don't have to come to every single live stream and be there for the 2 hours, 6 hours, 8-hour live streams. It's not necessary. I do have a bot that helps me out, but it's nice to have some of you with moderator access because it does help out when we do get bot attacks. Darren Mitchell, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Is the weekly close considered on Saturday at 8 p.m. or Sunday for crypto? It is always considered on Sunday, guys. Sham Khan, now it's my routine while doing my office job. I keep watching your stream. Absolute legend. Yeah, some of you were saying you're on the treadmill or like you're biking or something. I had one guy that said he went on like a 50-kilometer bike ride and he just listened to the stream the entire time. Pretty epic. Grigor, you got paid, man? Guys, the moderator role does not have a salary. Matsir, any tips to deal with market manipulation with coordinated pump and dumps in different sessions? I mean, this is largely my view of life. Focus on things that you can control. You can't control that. What you can control is how much capital you risk and the trades that you take. As a swing trader, that's one of the main reasons why I'm not stressed about coordinated pump and dumps, because on the channel time and time again, the charts come first. Now, as a scalper, there are certain situations there where maybe the charts don't come first. Trump says something and you get wicked out of a position. But from a swing trading perspective, which I'll remind you is a position that you hold for a long period of time, and you typically enter with a little bit more capital than quick scalps here and there, you're less susceptible to these kinds of pump and dump and market manipulations, as you like to call it. So I just sent a little emoji in my J Beers. Pay now, bitch. Money on the way. I just sent an update in my community right now. I mean, if you can call it an update, it's just an emoji. But basically what we've been tracking in the community is like how closely this 2018 scenario seems to be playing out. And it is just insane. So, just to tell you guys, if the 2018 scenario is to play out, this weekly candle should be red for Bitcoin. It should be, in theory, because this is basically where we're at. 1, 2, red weekly candle, impulse towards that 200-day moving average. So in theory, if the simulation is to play out, this weekly candle for Bitcoin should be red. And if that's the case and we tap some lower liquidity, I will likely add to my existing long. But let's see. It would be insane if it played out that way. There's just so much resemblance. Rosie the dog says, I am more educated today than I was yesterday and wanted to apologize for not understanding how do you trade. Now I get it. Keep up the good work. Rosie the dog, thank you very much for the comment. This is exactly why, if I do get some negative comments, and some of you guys tell me to not focus on them, I try my best to explain my thought process and how I trade the market and why I've entered trades in the way that I've done. Because for every hater that basically doesn't like my explanation, there's another person that will come back and really put in the effort and educate themselves based on what I said and based on what the market is doing. And they'll come back and say something like that. So Rosie the dog, I really do commend you for coming back and saying that. Thank you. And I hope that you keep on coming back to the channel and we can hopefully trade this market together, and I hope that I can guide you along the way when it comes to trading crypto. So awesome. Guys, I absolutely love to read that. What's the live stream today about the Clarity Act? I can't find it on YouTube. So in 1 hour, there's going to be the field hearing. Basically, it's in New York, and they're going to cover these things. I have Grok that helped me out here. Main topics. The hearing will focus on how the Clarity Act creates clear regulatory rules for digital assets, which in turn encourages U.S. innovation, entrepreneurship, and investment in blockchain crypto, helps keep development and talent in America instead of moving overseas, supports growth of digital asset markets in fintech, provides much needed certainty for companies, developers, and financial institutions. So this is what they're gonna discuss. I would imagine that the hearing will probably be 1 to 2 hours, so we'll cover that on the live stream, of course. And we'll see if we can get any new scalping opportunities right now, but this is a little bit of no man's land in my opinion. You know? So let's see what the market gives us here. Comfy in my existing positions that were shared in the group, and yeah. Do you think mentality is important for trading? If so, when you started trading, how was your mentality? Define, Chula30, define mentality. Hello, Matt, it's Adam. I really like how you just compared and explained the comparison candles. Past and now. You are brilliant. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. What price do you think should the red candle close lead us to this week? Guys, come on. And you're asking me if I have a crystal ball now, and you know the answer to that. I don't have a crystal ball. I wish I could tell you at what exact price the weekly candle would close for Bitcoin, because then we would all be billionaires. But I don't. All I'm saying is I'm pointing out the similarities between 2018 and 2026. And one of the main things that we've been discussing, a core theme along the bear market, is one, trying to short the top of relief rallies, which we've been doing time and time again within my community. But two, the relief rallies are absolutely horrid to look at. And what I mean by this is it's really not clean price action. You know, when we get the dumps in the bear market, they are pretty aggressive dumps. Like we discussed, this previous relief rally took let's take it up here, took basically over 3 months to establish a top. 3 months. And this same price action died within half the time, or a third of the time if you consider the first low at $59,000 where we swept the low. So it took 1 month to go down, 3 months to go up, staircase up, elevator down. So relief rallies in bear markets are just horrible in the sense of they just chop both sides of the market out. You don't really get a strong move to the upside. Maybe if you're always zoomed into the lower time frame, you would think so. But this is ultimately what classifies is not the right word. Not categorize. What is the word I'm looking for? This is what defines a bear market. Staircase up, elevators down. For basically a year. In half the time, the price drops. But the relief rallies, they chop both sides out. They get there. Oh, we're gonna fake lower. Nope, we have another push, and then we drop lower. Now, the good thing about this is, one, in terms of shorting the relief rallies, it makes it pretty easy, which is what we discussed in my group. And we've been basically trading that every single relief rally. And two, in the bull market, the reverse is also true. Staircase down, elevators up. So if you look at the price action that we had in the bull markets, this is a lovely, lovely example in 2024 where Bitcoin is dropping. Oh, we're bearish. We're dropping. We're dropping. We're dropping. So many months of downwards pressure, downwards price action. But this, on the higher time frames, call it what you want, but this is a bullish flag. This is a wedge to the upside. This is consolidation before expansion. So that's the difference between bear market and bull market price action. Constitutes, Alec, exactly. I went with defines. He has a crystal ball. It's in his name. Crystal ball Mathieu. No, it's crypto. No crystal balls here, guys. Just shorted, closed the trade 5 minutes later, $450 profit. Day done. What's below? Congratulations. I applaud you. Hey Mathieu, not sure if someone asked you before, but what was your capital when you just started? Which of the decisions subsequently led to an increase of your capital and which ones resulted in losses? Well, I mean, the decisions, I think you're just referring to trades, and not to be overly simplistic, but winning trades led me to increase my capital and losing trades led me to lose my capital. But for the first question, I have been very open and transparent about the fact that I did not start trading the market with $10 or $100. I had thousands of dollars to trade the market with when I first started. That might not be the hero to zero story that some of you guys want to hear, some people post on the internet, but it's because I worked a full-time job and I was earning a solid salary and I had a business on the side as well. So I was using my income to fund my trading. That's effectively what I've been doing. So I have always been able to, if I incurred some losses along the way in my trading journey, replenish those losses with my income because I was determined to make it trading. So that's basically my story. I was earning good money when I started trading. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. So Bitcoin's getting a little bit of dumpy price action here, going into the stock market open. Takes a decent amount of capital to get off the ground, hey? I mean, not necessarily, because you just adjust what you're trading with in terms of your risk management. What I will say though, and I've shared this to a couple of members in my group, it's very unlikely that even over the next, over the next years that I'm publishing content on YouTube, it's very unlikely that you see me enter bigger trades than what I'm entering today. Because I'm at a point now with my trading portfolio that I don't need to size up more. This is significant capital for me. And I highly doubt that I'm gonna become this crypto type of guy that has a $10 million Bitcoin long trade open. That's not gonna be me, because when I make profits and my trading portfolio increases above the level that I'm looking to hold it at, I literally withdraw. So do you think we will go back to sub 60K at some point? If I had to guess, yes. Do you think mentality is important for trading? And if so, when you started trading, how was your mentality? Trula 30, you have to explain to me what you mean with mentality. If you mean like the emotional state that you're in at the time of entering a trade, then sure. Like if you're feeling overly excited, or you're feeling depressed, or you're feeling sad, or you've had a very, very bad day, or you've heard some unfortunate news, then yeah, maybe it makes sense to not enter trades, you know? Because that just, you're not in the right headspace, if that's what you mean by mentality. What are you sitting at? What's below? Crying emoji. What you're doing, one has a confidence in you, being confident in your trades, because many of us enters still being scared, will our take profit hit, or not to overthink a whole trade. I understand that, being scared, but to be perfectly honest with you guys, I'm no longer scared because I've been trading for so long. And that's it. I've been trading crypto for almost a decade, guys. If you consider spot buying and selling and leverage trading. So there's no reason for me to be scared, if that makes sense. When you start out, of course, you're gonna have some worrying moments, but as long as you're following proper risk management, there's nothing to be afraid of. But it's a personal decision. Some people, and I see it in my analytics, right? Some people come and go. Some people join my trading community and then they cease to exist. And then, we remove them from the community because they're not active. Some people are here for the long run. Some people want to trade and they want to make it, and they are patient with themselves, which I would always recommend, and they give themselves years to be able to succeed in crypto trading. And that's what I think most people should do if they actually want to make it in crypto trading. If you're scared, you're risking too much capital, exactly as BTC bulls put it, right? So what can I say, guys? What can I say? It takes a while to just have complete confidence in what you're doing. And the losses that you sometimes see me take, I can handle them. The wins that you see me take, they are within my risk management parameters. So that's that. But I'm telling you guys, most people will give up. Most people will leave. Most people will leave the crypto space. I get less views now than I did at the top of this relief rally. And if Bitcoin is to follow a trajectory like this, I would imagine that down here, maybe only 60% of you will still be watching, because so many people will have given up. More opportunity for the rest of us, right? Bitcoin, gold is looking very dumpy. Maddie, do any of the exchanges you offer have the option of keeping Bitcoin spot as collateral and taking leverage trade based on that? I guess you're asking about trading with Bitcoin. That's where it's something called CoinM. So you can trade with your Bitcoin. Although I typically don't like this, because if I lose a trade, I lose some Bitcoin, which it's like, I don't want to lose my long-term Bitcoin, but this is probably what you're looking for. So yeah, on Bluffin, you can do it. On most exchanges, you can do it. That's not like a new feature. What made you move to Dubai? Basically to be surrounded by like-minded individuals, because everyone there, they're successful, they're very, very fit, like they're in shape, and they seem to love life. And they're always fired up to live life. That's one thing I notice when I come back to Canada. I sometimes, or for the most part, there's a lot of people that are kind of just coasting, right? So it's a different mentality, and I wanted to surround myself with people like that. On top of course, the fact that you save a lot of money on taxes. So I don't pay anything on my crypto profits. Yasha is back in the house. Hello, legend. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing very well. Happy Friday, everyone, guys. Happy Friday. We're going to be viewing this together, the Clarity Act. If you want to join the community before I take my next big trade, legends, please remember, you just have to DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, and you'll get access to all of my insights and my overall market analysis. Also, down the line, this tool that you see me use all the time, Mind Pillar, where it gives you insights on how the market is operating. It's an analytical tool for investors and traders. These tools usually cost hundreds of dollars a month, but I'm going to be offering it for free. It is currently free, but sooner or later we're going to have a gate where basically, if you're not trading with me, you will no longer get access to the premium versions of these tools. But it's technically still, you're trading with your own money, and you get access to all of these insights that I use regularly on Mind Pillar. So if you haven't already joined me on any of these exchanges down below, first and foremost, I recommend Bluffin, but you can also join me in the Telegram community if you sign up with any of these links. Plus, you'll get access to the Mind Pillar tools once we decide to add that little bit of a sign-up requirement. And if Bluffin doesn't work for you, if Weeks doesn't work, if Tuva doesn't work, we have Kraken and we have BTCC, and we can transfer you under my referral on any of these exchanges, these last two, Kraken and BTCC. So if you're already comfortable there, you stay there, you keep your account, just DM me on Telegram and we'll sort it out. All right, stock market opens in 10 minutes. Crypto King, do I have to be regularly commenting in your community for you to not kick me out? I normally just watch the posts and your updates, but don't really comment. If you mean leaving an emoji reaction, no, it's not necessary. It's mainly that you're trading. So because now we're basically kicking out people that are inactive. And what I mean by this is there's a lot of people that have tried to join my community. And when I say you trade with your own money, you're literally not paying me. But what they do is they deposit a minimum balance to one of the exchanges, and then they just continue to trade elsewhere. If you do that, I can promise you that you will get kicked out of my community. Those are the members that get kicked out. But if you're actively trading the market and you're doing your thing, you're fine. Hi guys, have a good day everyone. Welcome from Hungary. Legend. Let's see what happens as the stock market opens, and we have then in 40 minutes, we will watch the Clarity Act field hearing. Should be pretty interesting. We know that the probabilities don't favor that the market structure will become law before 2027. So Crypto King, yeah, my man, if you guys prefer Kraken, no worries, that's an option as well. That's why I've added it. I know a lot of people want like you know, something very, 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 I want to say regulated. I don't know what the right word is, but everyone knows about Kraken, so now we have the option for that. Links in the description down below. Delta exchange support for your community, because in India, a lot of people are using that one. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that I need to add anything specifically for India, because I have had some people from India join my community with the options that I have. So there's definitely a way. Established, yes, established is the word I'm looking for. I could hardly speak English today. What is going on? What is going on? Will you add Hype as a trading platform? Probably not. Matt, what business were you in before trading? I was actually doing marketing and social media marketing in particular. Some of you don't know this, but I mean, if you've been tuning into the live streams, you know this. I'm a big football guy. I liked football and tennis, but football was my #1 sport growing up. And I made a lot of money growing up growing football Instagram accounts. And for you Americans that are watching, soccer. Basically, I had multiple Instagram accounts with hundreds of thousands, and I had one account that reached 1 million followers where I was basically posting football content. I also have a TikTok account where it's literally just me kicking a ball, and it has just around 200,000 followers on there. So social media marketing has always been my thing. And now I get to combine it with crypto trading, which is just awesome. That was basically my business. I would sell promotional ads. I would get some people that would look for what they call shout outs. And I'd have packages and pricing, and I would basically sell ads on these platforms, giving companies and other creators visibility for what they're doing. And sometimes you can earn anywhere between $1,000 to $20,000 on some of these promotional activities. Pringles guy. Those who know what Jay Keys is talking about. Hey man, good to be here. Rico, my man. Hey mate, hey Matt, do you stake your spot Bitcoin or do you just keep them sitting in your wallet? I do not stake my Bitcoin. Purchase media, I think I'm going to move to Dubai in 2027. The UK is cooked, man. Taxes are crazy. Yeah, I mean, taxes in Canada are pretty crazy too. I feel you. Can you please do the fa sound? There you go. Reiner the Flowerist. Are you sure you can't even join Kraken? I highly doubt it. Also, Reiner the Flowerist asks, what happens if Bitcoin goes to zero? Should I even spend time talking about that, or? Legalize 420 gaming. Your message got blocked because it's all in caps. Just letting you guys know, you cannot type all caps because otherwise my bot will just remove it, but I saw your comment. Why is clarity a big deal now? I mean, if you have 5 to 10 years investment time horizon, 2026 or 2027 is not a big difference. What do you think? And that's a great mindset to have, and I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. Christopher says, I'm leaving this weekend and I'm moving to Dubai. Been setting it up for about 6 months and can't wait to get there. Guys, it is absolutely awesome. Legends, the next big trade in my community will be shared relatively soon. I think we could have some more choppy price action, but over the coming days, there may be a new opportunity in this market. If the 2018 scenario plays out, this week should be a red candle. It should be. So far, it's tracking it almost perfectly. If you want to join the community, Legends, DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group. And again, you're not paying me to join the group. How it works is, as long as you're trading on any of these exchanges down below, you're good to go to join my community. If you're trading on BTCC or Kraken already, we can transfer you under my referral, and you don't have to create a new account. But I typically recommend Bluffin as the go-to. This is where I trade mostly. "30 minutes till this, 30 seconds until the US market open." So TP2 has hit on the Bitcoin scalp short if you took this trade within the community. This was shared within the community. I did not enter because we didn't perfectly sweep the level. Maybe that's just me being picky, but the trade itself played out. And right now we're looking at the point of control trying to hold above here, but this is ultimately some weak bounce. The stock market is now officially open. The Bitcoin longs and shorts holding. My Tau short position I will likely shave some profits from this, and I'll let you know in the community. Maybe I'll end up doing it live on stream, because my next take profit for Tau here is actually right here at 183. So if we tap into this wick down below, I am shaving some profits from this trade. Gold is dumping as we start off the session. Macron is getting a little bit of a bounce here. Someone asked about it, but basically I'm looking for some kind of reaction at the anchored VWAP from the low established at the beginning of this year in March. Pretty pivotal level, and we haven't retested it in a very, very long time. Intel, I mean, guys, for me, this is a no trade unless we can reclaim the previous pivot at 98.33. But since we're below, no reason for me to rush into a trade on that one. Is July still green for Bitcoin? It should be. We're looking at around an 8% July. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Does Clarity Act affect crypto prices? If yes, then this could have done already, right? If price sustain, it means more high probability that it will climb up. What are your thoughts? My read on this might be wrong, right? But I don't think that we need to just absolutely skyrocket if the Clarity Act passes. I know, I think in crypto there's just too much hype. The extent of my hype, guys, is my titles and thumbnails. That's it. And I'm doing that because you have to play that game as a content creator. But when you actually watch me, I hope you can see that I'm level-headed and I try not to contribute too much to the hype. What I'm trying to get at here is clarity is good for crypto, but I don't think that the price has to absolutely skyrocket if the Clarity Act passes. I don't think it's necessary. But either way, we're going to be trading the market within my community, and there will be unlimited opportunities to trade this market. That's just how it is. I am looking forward to establishing a bear market low, because then we basically only look for swing longs once the bear market has concluded. But right now, the strategy has largely been the same, my friends. Short every single relief rally on Bitcoin. Every single relief rally. Right here, we shorted. Right here, we shorted. And the reason I put this arrow down here is because I was a little bit early to add to my position, but it doesn't matter because look how much lower the price is. Right here, we longed. All of this was shared within my community. I have the stamps, I have the receipts. If you want to join Legends, just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group. And you're trading with your own money. We're going to cover the Clarity Act hearing here at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is in approximately 25 minutes from now. Watching from the Netherlands, bro, my man, are you still looking to add to a long sub 60K? Yes, I actually am. Hi, if I only trade spot, can I be a member of your group? I believe so, should be fine. The reason I say I believe so is because I have to talk to my team with because I have an automated bot that kind of kicks people out if they are just completely inactive, but I think you should be fine. No offense, but when you close the live, doesn't streamer's mouth hurt? Like streamers speak straight for 5 to 6 hours so the audience doesn't get bored? I mean, I don't know why you're saying no offense. Yeah. Guys, I don't know if you think I'm a machine. Actually, I've joked around before saying that I am a machine. But yeah, like today, if we do a 5 to 6 hour live stream, if we do a 7-hour live stream today, yeah, I'm going to be absolutely exhausted. I'll be knackered by the end of it. But that's fine. I enjoy doing it, right? It's fun. It's fun. I enjoy doing it. Kraken in Canada is just spot, no short or long. Is that just, you have to trade on Kraken Pro. I don't know if that helps. I trade on Bluffin, but it would have to be on Kraken Pro. Right now, Bitcoin is dumping Legends. And we're starting, because one could make the case that we're still trying to create this higher low structure here. But we do have a lot of long liquidity that I would like to see get grabbed before another pop up. Check this out. Mr. Wolf, hopefully you monetized. 7 hours is crazy. No, guys. Those that know me know that my channel has no monetization. None. I make my money trading. I don't need to turn on ads on my YouTube channel, guys. Some of you say maybe turn on your ads and then take that money and just give it away to the community, which could be interesting, but I'm very, very careful with the giveaways because I saw a lot of people's channels getting banned for doing giveaways, and I'm worried about that. I don't want that to happen. We've built such a strong community, you know? It would be a shame if something like that were to happen. Dumpy. Bitcoin is dumping. The shorts are looking good. The big shorts are looking good. Tau is now getting very close to my next take profit legends, so I'm going to share it with you in my community. Guys, all the trades that you're seeing here are shared within the community. So if you want to join, just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join. It's a group where you trade with your own money. As long as you're trading on any of these exchanges below, you're good to go. If you're trading on BTCC or Kraken, we can transfer you under my referral. It is quite easy to do so, which basically just means you keep your account. You don't need to make a new trading account. I typically recommend Bluffin to join the community, but totally up to you. I'm going to take some more profits on my Tau short position relatively soon, and that will be shared in the group, of course. Bitcoin dumping a little bit ahead of this Clarity Act. Now, we also have the fact that the stock market, the stock market looks pretty dumpy today. But guys, I'm not in the business of calling tops on stock markets because tops usually establish themselves slowly. There is actually a chance, and this might sound very, very annoying, guys. There is actually a chance that the stock market does this. So just keep your eyes on this because it's not like crypto where you get a violent wick to the upside and then you just dump. Remember, there's trillions of dollars in this. So it takes a while for tops to play out. Even when people are convinced, okay, this is the top, we could easily make an all-time high and then drop. So keep your eyes on that. From a spot portfolio, from a stock portfolio perspective, I just buy when I see deep discounted zones. So if we do get some kind of drop this year, let's call it like a 10 to 20% drop, like I'm buying, right? Blindly. Bitcoin is still dumping here. Where do you think Tau will bottom out? Guys, I have no clue. All I know is that Tau looked so damn bearish. I entered right around here, closer to $300 within the community. I told you guys, like, look, lower high. Sorry, a high, a lower high, a lower high, a lower high. It was like, in my opinion, it was one of the most brain dead shorts I could have done. A lot of people didn't like it because people are very bullish on Tau for some reason. But, when you see opportunities in the market, you take the trade. That's it. Right? That is it. And then, of course, we have my big Bitcoin short, which is up around 600K. That one, I'm going to add to the position if we get more relief. If you're just tuning in now, legends, my base case has been this week could be red if the 2018 Bitcoin simulation is to play out. And that's what we're seeing so far. A lot can change. Sometimes on the weekends, we get those little pumps into the weekly close. But right now, the weekly candle is indeed red. And the 2018 simulation would suggest that after a red weekly candle, perhaps Bitcoin does pop to the upside. And then we get a major rejection. So let's see. I still have my long that was shared within the community at around 58K. And this is something that I'm looking to add, but I'm not stupid, guys. I take money on my trades. I take profit from my trades. We've secured just under $50,000 on this trade as well. So now we wait. A lot of liquidity is getting built up to the downside still. Today, obviously, more shorts have jumped in. And speaking of shorts, this was the one that we discussed in the community. I know some of you took it. Unfortunately, because we did not perfectly sweep this previous high, it was not a scalp entry for me. Right now, you want to see Bitcoin bounce from around here if it is going to do so. Maddie, if we are repeating 2018, will the pump then take us to $78,000 to $81,000, a 40% pump? I would say that is not my base case. Instead of looking at the percentage of pump, I would be targeting the moving averages. So I think that if we are to get a pump, guys, because remember, to remind you guys, I am more than happy if Bitcoin just dumps and continues dumping, because I still have a massive short position open. I'm chilling, right? And if you were in the community as well, you'd be chilling too. But if the situation is to play out where we do drop this week and get a little push to the upside here, I would suspect that we're going to top out somewhere between the 2021 all-time high to that 200-day moving average. The 200-day moving average is currently sitting at $73,000. So rather than saying, oh, what if we get a 40% rally, I think that these higher time frame zones become really good confluence for a short. So if I see the price action that I like, this is where I would actually consider adding to my existing Bitcoin short. And of course, that will be shared within my group. Clarity Act is bullish to create a path for regulation. A lot of what's holding crypto back is the clarity for the future. I agree with that. But we also have, we've also been in an era of rug pulls, basically. So I think a lot of what's holding crypto back is just perpetual scams. Unfortunately, this is coming from someone that's been trading crypto for nearly a decade now. So yeah. Ethiopia Bitcoin. So when you check the 2022 rally in July, we didn't have a lot of red weeks. I mean, a lot of chop and updated while building liquidity to the downside. I think something similar is happening. Yeah, it's possible. The reason why I like comparing more to 2018 is because it just looks way like the similarities are just, it's just uncanny. It's remarkable what we're seeing right now, in my opinion. In 2022, we had already dumped massively, well below any other level that we established at the beginning of the bear market year. In 2018, we had this big low in February, and we just grinded to the downside and we swept the low. And then we had the pump. So I defer to this compared to this, because here we created a very significant lower low already. So when you have this kind of really aggressive move to the downside, these aggressive moves are typically met with maybe more aggressive relief rallies, because the bounce is just stronger. But when it's more choppy, it's still a pretty big move down, don't get me wrong. We swept the level at the beginning of the year, like in 2018. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. I don't think that it looks way more similar to 2018 than it does to 2022, in my opinion. Good evening. Do you trade with Wyckoff accumulation? Not really, but sometimes I'll pay attention to it. Yeah, Pygauss as well. Exactly. You can't look at percentages because back then it was much easier to do 40% since the prices were lower. That is also true. But we still had some pretty strong rallies this bear market, guys. I mean, this was 21%. This one was pretty big. This was almost 40%. So it's still some pretty strong relief rallies, right? All right, 13 minutes until this goes live. And we will watch it together. Yeah, Macron is getting kind of close here. Keeping an eye on it for sure. Gold is getting close to my zone. Making the case for maybe a higher low for Bitcoin. Let's see. Let's see. Can we get a discount on Bluffin, like a promotion? Yeah, so the promotion for Bluffin is actually right below me. You can get 25% fee discount. Also, you can get deposit bonuses. So the fee discount applies to new users. The deposit bonus applies to all users. But what I will say is if you're trading with more capital, like I have some guys that message me, hey man, I'm trading with $100,000. Normally on Bluffin, you need like millions and millions of trading volume to get discounts. But if you do deposit and you're committed to trading, I can get you like VIP tiers on Bluffin too. But that has to get sorted through Telegram if you're interested in that. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group, and I'll share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. That's where I do my thing. When I'm not on YouTube and I have a trade that I'm entering, that's where I share these things. Woof. We got up at 6 this morning and it is almost 10. But we're looking for some clarity here. Let's see what comes out of this, guys. Let's see. We'll watch it together. Cassian Harvey just made it to New York for the finals, but the air quality is so terrible, unbreathable. Yeah, man. Insane. Insane. The air quality in Canada has also been pretty bad. Which is, it's strange. I have to say, normally when I arrive in Canada from Dubai, I find that the air quality is just phenomenal compared to Dubai. That's one of the downsides of Dubai. August 7th is the deadline for the Clarity Act, or it has to start all over again. If we're still in a bear market, it's more than likely it will not be passed. Let's see, Mr. Wolf. Let's see. Let's see. Did you go to any World Cup games? Unfortunately, no, I did not. I did not. I entered a little position in a long position, protected, profits taken. Let's see. Let's see. I hope we get some volatility on Bitcoin and not just chop. Likewise, my friend. Only human 90. I am just glad I bought 4 ETH at 1560, and to be honest, I should have bought more. Well, congratulations to you. That is awesome. I will say though that I think there's going to be opportunity to buy a little bit lower as well. But you're doing exactly what I've been preaching in my community, and that is to DCA into the market. So don't be sad. Actually, there's a saying it's better to wish you would have bought more than to wish you would have bought less, right? What I'm trying to say here is I think there's going to be opportunity to buy a little bit lower, but it did make sense to DCA in, particularly when Bitcoin was sub 60K. On the channel, when Bitcoin was literally six figures, we were saying that we were going to go below 60K. It happened. Some of my community members have already DCA'd into Bitcoin. I personally think that we can head a little bit lower, but no one will get the perfect entries, right? No one will get the perfect entries. So it is foolish to wait for a specific price target to just lump sum, because if you miss it, then you miss the ride up for the next 4 years. Do you also trade Ethereum? Yes, I do. Mikey, do you believe, or what are your thoughts about the Bitcoin bottom being in October based on the 4-year cycles? What I will say is that the 4-year cycle, say what you want about it, because there were a lot of haters along the way, but so far, Bitcoin is doing exactly what it always does in a bear market. And that is, we have 1 year of price action to the downside with relief rallies along the way. And we've been making money all the way down in the community and even on the YouTube channel. I know some of you haven't joined my community, which is fine, but we've been making money on the way down. So the 4-year cycle is the 4-year cycle. It's been working quite well. It's not broken, and if it ain't broken, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I've been away from crypto for the last few weeks. The Clarity Act can pass today. When does the meeting start? How long until it starts? The meeting starts in 5 minutes, and no, this is not a meeting to determine whether or not the Clarity Act will pass. The meeting today basically focuses on the continuation of the regulatory rules for digital assets. So these are the main topics. Encourages U.S. innovation, entrepreneurship, and investment in blockchain crypto. Helps keep development and talent in America instead of moving overseas. Supports growth of digital asset markets in fintech. Provides much needed certainty for companies, developers, and financial institutions. These are the witnesses, so they're going to testify. What it's not a Senate hearing because the bill is still awaiting the full Senate action. And in fact, regarding the bill, unfortunately, we know that Crypto Clarity Act is expected to be released today, does not have the Senate Democrat support. So that's unfortunate. And the odds of it actually passing have dropped. It's now currently 36% chance that that the crypto market structure legislation becomes law before January 2027. It has dropped to 36%. So we're gonna hear what they have to say. We'll put on the charts around here as well, and we'll sort it out. I'll grab another coffee. We can watch this together. And legends, if I take on any new trades, you know where to find me within the community. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my group. You trade with your own money. This isn't a paid group. You trade with your own money. And you can do so by joining on any of these exchanges below, and then you get access to that group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. Also, legends, we've been at it for over 2 hours so far. Smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't already. Today's going to be a very nice, long live stream. Let's see what comes out of this. That looks like a pretty solid 1 hour candle, legends. Look at this. Look at this. Woof. Some of you said you entered long. Can you play some different music? Absolutely I can, but the Clarity Act thing is going to start it should start in approximately 1 minute now. So I'll put some more music after that. This Clarity Act thing, guys, is probably going to be going on for an hour or two. We'll watch it together. If there's any new trades to be taken, I'll take the trade and I'll share it within my community as always from a swing trading perspective. But if it's a little scalp with very little capital, then maybe I take it on stream. We'll see. Right now, we're kind of like in a no diddle zone. SkyFox89, for those just joining, Congress is on Wall Street today for a Clarity Act hearing to finalize it before their August break. They're basically trying to agree on the final language and rules. SkyFox, it's true. It's true, but we know that the Democrats supposedly do not support it. Guys, I don't play any political sides here on the channel. We don't talk about politics, but this is just a fact at this point.
Assets, financial technology, and artificial intelligence will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess of the committee at any time. Today's hearing is titled
Let's start.
Building the Future of Finance, How the Clarity Act Unlocks Innovation. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional material for the chair to include in the record. I now recognize myself for 4 minutes for an opening statement. In America's 250th year, on the site of the building of the first Congress, and 1 year to the day after the House of Representatives passed the Clarity Act, we gather amongst the pillars of history. For 250 years, American markets have powered innovation and economic growth. In each time, technology and financial innovation leapt forward, Congress met the moment. We did not stop the engines of growth. We gave them clear, consistent rules so they could run. Right here in this building, the very first Congress debated Alexander Hamilton's revolutionary vision for a national financial system, including a plan to turn state war debts into the first federal government bond.
Is it loud enough?
Backed by the full faith and credit of our new nation. 100 years later, as a patchwork of paper notes and counterfeit flooded the states, Congress stepped in again. The National Bank Act swept away the chaos of wildcat banking and created the first American dollar bills we carry in our pockets to this day. In the next century, when opaque and disorderly markets ruined millions, Congress passed the Securities and Exchange Act to restore transparency and increase the public trust. Consistency and clarity conquered chaos. Today, we're here on Wall Street again. We gather at the threshold of the next generation of innovation. As the Senate prepares to consider the Clarity Act, we can complete nearly a decade of work. Since 2017, the House Committee on Financial Services, alongside our colleagues at the Committee on Agriculture, have worked to craft a durable framework for digital assets that fosters innovation while protecting consumers and investors. Our goal is clear: replace regulation by enforcement with clear rules of the road for digital assets. For 250 years, America has led the world in financial innovation. For 15 years, blockchain technology has redefined what's possible. For 10 years, Congress has worked to write the rules of this new financial frontier. And for 1 year, we've had a statutory framework for payment stablecoins. Now, it's our turn to meet the moment. Today, we'll hear from experts who are building the next generation of financial innovation, and we'll hear from them on why they believe the Clarity Act is essential. I thank all of our witnesses for being here today, and I thank my colleagues for making the trip up to New York for this important discussion. I think it's our opportunity to unlock the next 250 years of innovation here in the United States of America. It's time to pass clarity. I yield back, and I now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Chairman French Hill, for 1 minute for his opening statement.
Well, Chairman Style, thank you for convening this hearing in historic Federal Hall, such an incredible place to be in our semi-quincentennial, and as you say, echo the success that Congress has had in spurring innovation and economic growth here for 250 years. Our leadership in finance and technology depends on clear, predictable rules. That's been at the heart of financial oversight throughout our nation's history. 1 year ago today, we passed the Clarity Act and also saw Genius enacted into law. If we want to have the ultimate success in our economy and see the transition of a traditional finance on an analog basis to a distributed ledger blockchain basis, the country has to have the rules to make the U.S. the center of that digital ecosystem in the world. This is President Trump's goal. This was the work behind Genius and Clarity last year. So we stand ready to help our Senate colleagues complete the work and get it to the President's desk. And I thank you for convening the hearing, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Today we welcome the testimony of 4 distinguished witnesses. We have Ms. Sarah Aberg, Chief Legal Officer at Nova Labs. We have Ms. Randy Abernathy, Head of Clearing and Group Risk at Bullish. Ryan Lovar, Chief Legal Officer at Wisdom Tree, and Jason Somensato, the Director of Policy at Coin Center. We thank each of you for taking the time to be here. Each of you will be recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. Ms. Aberg, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Steele, Chairman Hill, and members of the subcommittee. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sarah Aberg. I am the Chief Legal Officer of Nova Labs, the company that created and supports the Helium Network, the world's largest decentralized wireless network. Helium is a physical telecommunications infrastructure, wireless access points deployed in communities across the country that provide real coverage to real people every day. Blockchain is the technology that makes the network run, and cryptocurrency is the incentive that built it. Today, that network is more than 140,000 hotspots. It provides carrier-grade Wi-Fi offload to major carriers, including T-Mobile and AT&T, and serves millions of American users every day. Nova Labs provides telecommunication services in all 50 states and holds an FCC Section 214 authorization. The Helium Network has been operational since 2021, and it was not built in the usual way. Instead of spending billions on towers, the Helium Network was built by tens of thousands of individuals and businesses who deployed hotspots because a token reward made it worthwhile. Compensation for verified wireless service measured and paid automatically by the protocol. That model has proven itself under pressure. When Hurricane Helene knocked out cellular service across Western North Carolina, Helium and the veteran-led nonprofit Team Rubicon deployed portable beacons on satellite backhaul and reconnected tens of thousands of devices within days. In Redondo Beach, California, a waterfront district had near zero cell coverage for years because high-rise buildings blocked the signal before it reached the pier. The city closed that gap simply by enabling Helium offload on Wi-Fi it already had. No new hardware, no capital expense, and now it connects more than 2,000 people a day. The Helium Network has also absorbed cellular surges during major events like Mardi Gras and Super Bowl weekend. It is being used to improve indoor 911 location accuracy, where the FCC's own data shows that today, fewer than 1% of wireless 911 calls deliver a usable, dispatchable location. and to bring affordable broadband into public housing. These are public benefits built by communities investing in themselves. I want to be direct about why I am here. In January of last year, on the last business day before the new administration took office, the SEC sued Nova Labs. Its theory was that selling hotspots that rewarded deployers in tokens for delivering verified wireless coverage was an unregistered securities offering. It went further, alleging that our mobile phone plan, a phone plan, was also an unregistered offering because subscribers could opt in to earn rewards for helping map coverage. Each of these digital asset claims was later dismissed with prejudice. We were glad to be vindicated, but we spent years and significant resources defending claims that were ultimately abandoned. Those were years not spent deploying hotspots, not building emergency communications capabilities, and not connecting underserved communities. That is the real cost of regulatory ambiguity. It does not protect investors. It deters the companies that want to follow
I'll show
the
you how to
rules,
use the multi-
and it doesn't stop bad actors from breaking them. The Clarity Act fixes this, and that is why Nova Labs supports its passage. Clarity is not a call for deregulation, it is a call for the right regulation. From the right regulator, under rules that market participants can understand and follow. It distinguishes between digital assets that function as securities and digital commodities that power operational networks, and it assigns oversight accordingly between the SEC and CFTC. For a network like Helium, that clarity is not abstract. It determines whether the incentive that built the network up to 140,000 hotspots can continue to drive deployment, and whether the public benefits that flow from the network, emergency communications, broadband access, and resilience during disasters and network congestion, can reach more communities. The community has already done the hard work. The House passed Clarity a year ago, and I respectfully urge the committee to see it through to enactment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Abernethy, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Hill, Chairman Stile, Ranking Member, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the invitation to testify and for bringing this hearing to New York, the financial capital of the world. My name is Randy Abernethy. I'm head of clearing and group risk at Bullish, a publicly traded digital asset firm listed on the New York Stock Exchange, just a short walk from here. I've spent my career in clearing and risk management for regulated market infrastructure at LCH, at Barclays, and at Nodal Exchange before joining Bullish. Let me tell you briefly who we are. Bullish is an institutionally focused digital asset platform. Our chief executive, Tom Farley, ran the New York Stock Exchange, and we built Bullish deliberately to look and operate like the regulated exchanges and clearinghouses that made American markets the envy of the world. Because the United States had no federal framework, we built under regulators abroad, in Germany, Hong Kong, and Gibraltar. But when American regulators opened a door, we walked through it. Last September, New York's Department of Financial Services licensed us to serve U.S. customers, and we are now working with the CFTC and NFA on the registrations needed to operate a federally regulated exchange, clearinghouse, and intermediary. We are not asking to operate in the shadows. We are asking for a rule book, and we intend to build under it. That is why the Clarity Act matters. 1 year ago today, the House passed it, 294 to 134, with strong bipartisan support. By drawing a clear line between the SEC and the CFTC, it gives responsible firms what they've asked for over a decade of uncertainty while capital and innovation moved offshore. And I want to be direct. Regulatory clarity is not a favor to industry. It is how Congress brings this activity onshore under American regulators with American investor protections. From where I sit, running clearing and risk, that's the heart of it. The failures that hurt investors, most notably FTX, happened offshore, beyond the reach of any American regulator. Under this framework, registered exchanges would live under the disciplines that have protected investors for generations: segregated customer assets, capital requirements, surveillance, and federal examination. Bullish follows these principles voluntarily today. We are eager for oversight that makes them mandatory for everyone. As the Senate takes up its bill, I want to focus on one detail that matters enormously in practice: the treatment of exchange affiliates. While early drafts would have flatly banned affiliates of an exchange from trading on it, we have appreciated that Senate leaders have shown a willingness to align itself with the House version of the bill, which instead permitted affiliate activity subject to guardrails. That's the right answer, and for 3 reasons. First, affiliate trading is not some novel feature of crypto. It's common and often necessary in the very markets this legislation uses as its model. Futures exchanges clear through affiliated clearinghouses. Clearinghouses trade for their own account to manage defaults and correct errors. Exchanges rely on affiliates to provide liquidity in new markets until independent market makers arrive. And the SEC expressly permits a broker-dealer running an alternative trading system to trade on its own platform. If a ban were necessary to protect investors, our securities and futures markets wouldn't be built the way they are. Second, these structures are safe because they come with guardrails that work. Strict segregation of customer assets, conflict of interest management, disclosure, and anti-manipulation enforcement. The Clarity Act applies that same proven architecture to digital assets. Third, FTX is invoked in this debate, and invoked incorrectly. FTX did not fail because affiliates traded on it. FTX was an unregulated offshore exchange whose affiliate misappropriated customer assets, deploying them largely on other unaffiliated venues. A trading ban would not have stopped that. Every element of that conduct was already illegal for registered firms. In fact, the one piece of FTX that survived was LedgerX, its CFTC-regulated exchange and clearinghouse, precisely because it was under federal supervision. Not a dollar of customer assets were lost there. The lesson of FTX is not to ban practices regulated markets have used safely for decades. The lesson is to bring these markets inside the federal perimeter, which is exactly what this bill does. Bullish is the kind of company this legislation is designed to reach, and we want to build the future of finance here, in America, under American rules. I encourage Congress to finish the job and get the details right. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Abernethy. Mr. Lovar, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill, Chairman Stile, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ryan Lovar. I serve as the Chief Legal Officer and Head of Business and Legal Affairs Digital Assets for WisdomTree, a $160 billion asset manager listed on the New York Stock Exchange and headquartered here in New York City. I've spent more than 25 years working at the intersection of asset management, ETFs, digital assets, and tokenization, focused on legal, compliance, risk management, and policy. The Clarity Act matters because it can provide the market structure certainty around asset classification and SEC and CFTC jurisdiction, with broader modernization provisions needed for responsible tokenization and blockchain-based infrastructure to scale in the United States. Section 505 is particularly important because it preserves the principle that a tokenized security should remain the security it represents. At the same time, it fosters the proposition that regulators should be able to modernize how operational requirements apply to blockchain-based infrastructure. That is the right balance. Same regulatory substance, modernized operational mechanics. Tokenization is often described as a new asset class, but it is better understood as a new set of rails for owning, transferring, and settling financial products. What changes is the infrastructure through which the asset can be held and moved. An analogy to ETFs is helpful. ETFs did not invent stocks or bonds. They gave investors greater transparency and access to those asset classes at lower cost. Tokenization can do something similar and potentially more compelling by modernizing the speed and flexibility of financial infrastructure while preserving investor protections. That is especially important in markets that increasingly operate around the clock. For most Americans, the focus is not really about blockchain, but realizing the benefits that may come from it. WisdomTree is proof that this can be done responsibly. Earlier this year, WisdomTree became the first and to date only firm to receive SEC exemptive relief, allowing SEC registered broker-dealers to trade an SEC registered money market fund, the WisdomTree tokenized money market fund, 24/7, 365, enabling instant settlement for tokenized fund shares for the first time under U.S. law. We also offer the largest lineup of SEC registered funds that are tokenized in the market, 15 funds spanning equity, fixed income, alternative, and asset allocation through our WisdomTree Prime and Connect platforms, while also making available tokenized gold, Bitcoin, Ether, and a dollar stablecoin available through our WisdomTree Prime platform. Importantly, WisdomTree has chosen the more regulated path rather than the easier one. Our tokenized fund business includes a variety of SEC registered entities, SEC registered investment advisor, transfer agent, investment company, and broker-dealer. And the tokenized gold, Bitcoin, Ether, and stablecoin side of the business is operated under a New York limited purpose trust company underseen by the New York State Department of Financial Services and a money services, money transmission license business. This structure reflects our belief that responsible innovation requires identifiable, regulated entities accountable to investors and regulators. The Genius Act has already shown that clear congressional rules can bring serious institutions off the sidelines. Clarity can do the same at far greater scale for the broader digital asset market. And that matters for U.S. leadership. The question is no longer whether finance will become more digital. It will. The question is whether the United States will continue to lead in developing the next generation of financial infrastructure while preserving the strengths that have made its capital benchmarks the capital markets, a global benchmark for innovation and investor protection. WisdomTree's experience shows that responsible tokenization is possible today. The Clarity Act can help make it repeatable, scalable, and available to more investors. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lovar. Mr. Somasato, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Hill, Chairman Stile, members of the subcommittee. I was first asked to comment on a draft crypto market structure bill back in 2018. At the time, one Bitcoin had fallen to roughly $3,000. The term DeFi had only recently been coined to describe a small and experimental corner of the ecosystem. And beyond a relatively small group of developers, users, and entrepreneurs, many people viewed crypto as a technology whose moment might have already passed. But even then, the core policy challenge was clear. Congress needed to find a way to empower regulators to protect customers and ensure market integrity while preserving the open peer-to-peer architecture that makes blockchain networks unique. Nearly a decade later, much has changed. Many are worried because Bitcoin is only up 2,000% since the lows of 2018. DeFi has grown from an obscure idea into a term that is used in legislation, regulation, and enforcement actions. And the industry built around crypto networks now includes not only startups, but some of the largest companies in technology and traditional finance. For me personally, I've spent the past 8 years engaging in the development of market structure legislation from several different perspectives. At the CFTC, including my roles running Lab CFTC and working for Chairman Benham, I provided detailed technical analysis to Congress on what authority the CFTC would need to oversee these markets. At Chainalysis, I engage policymakers on illicit finance issues involving crypto networks. And now at Coin Center, the place that I got my first opportunity in this ecosystem back in 2014, I focus on the public interest and civil liberties issues raised by open blockchain networks. From all of those perspectives, I believe Clarity answers the call. The work is largely done. The provisions have been negotiated. The stakeholders have been engaged. And most importantly, the House passed a bipartisan bill 1 year ago that would create a robust framework for regulating crypto markets while protecting the underlying networks and those who develop them from inappropriate regulation. That latter point is essential. Blockchain networks are not merely a new way to trade assets. At their best, they are open computing networks that allow individuals to hold and transfer value without depending on a bank, exchange, payment processor, or other centralized intermediary. They give individuals the freedom to transact in a peer-to-peer fashion without being censored or unnecessarily surveilled. That is why developer protections are key to market structure legislation. If Congress creates clear rules for centralized cryptocurrency businesses, but leaves developers exposed to open-ended liability for building non-custodial software, then the legislation will have protected part of the market while undermining the technology that makes that market possible. The Clarity Act recognizes this in several ways. First, it includes protections designed to ensure that software developers and infrastructure providers are not required to register with the SEC or CFTC simply because they write code, publish software, validate transactions, or otherwise support the functioning of a blockchain network without taking control of customer assets or acting in a trusted capacity as a traditional intermediary. Second, Clarity protects developers through the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act, a long-term priority for CoinCenter. The BRCA addresses the most serious risk facing non-custodial software developers of being treated as an unlicensed money transmitter and clarifies that developers and service providers that never take control of customer funds shall not face such a threat in the future. These provisions effectively protect developers without weakening the regulatory protections core to Clarity. Securities laws still apply to securities intermediaries. Clarity even creates new categories for businesses operating in the digital commodity markets and imposes stringent regulations on those newly defined intermediaries. And where a business is properly regulated as a financial intermediary, the Bank Secrecy Act still applies to prevent money laundering and terrorist financing. Clarity keeps regulation focused on the people who actually perform intermediary functions. And for these reasons, CoinCenter applauds the House for its work in passing Clarity and encourages the Senate to pass equivalent legislation as part of its market structure efforts. This has been a long process, but the pieces are now in place. Congress can meaningfully improve market integrity and customer protection while also preserving the open networks, non-custodial tools, and peer-to-peer architecture that makes this technology worth protecting. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Somazzato. We'll now turn to member questions. I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. History teaches us when transformative technologies come online, they also often face skepticism before becoming foundational to our economy. A century ago, that was electricity. 50 years ago, personal computer. 30 years ago, commercial internet. Each of these technologies matured, though, and policymakers developed legal and regulatory frameworks that gave businesses, investors, and consumers confidence to innovate, invest, and drive widespread adoption. Blockchain technology has now existed for more than 15 years. It's no longer a theoretical concept. It's a practical technology powering real businesses, real networks, and real economic activity. Yet despite its maturity, entrepreneurs and developers are still facing significant uncertainty about how the digital assets are classified and regulated, which brings me to you, Ms. Aberg. Is it fair to say that without blockchain technology, helium would not exist? In other words, are blockchain and digital assets found fundamental to helium's business model rather than simply being an added feature?
Absolutely. The network would not exist without blockchain. The network operates across 140,000 unique access points deployed by thousands of individuals and small businesses. That's a distributed, decentralized network infrastructure.
No, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
That infrastructure needs to be coordinated between all these discrete points. Blockchain is the technology that allows us to do that.
So knowing that, what's the real world consequences of the lack of clarity in this space from a regulatory standpoint for your business trying to deploy internet and access to consumers across the country?
So the status quo is that there's not a distinction between tokens that operate a functional network like Helium and tokens that are sold as part of an investment contract and for raising capital. We suffer the consequence of that directly on January 17th, 2025. Thankfully, those claims were dismissed. But right now, without codification of that into law, we could face those exact same claims again by under a new administration, new chairman of the SEC.
Thank you very much. I want to jump to you, Mr. Somazzato, and talk DeFi a little bit. Building on a similar theme here, financial markets have grown along technological innovation. 200 years ago, finance relied on handwritten ledgers, horse-drawn or horse-delivered communications. 100 years ago, telegraph and then telephone connected markets. 50 years ago, we got closer to the internet. Today, blockchain technology is giving us an ability to decentralized networks that can coordinate financial activity without a centralized or without a central intermediary. Blockchains enabled that growth and decentralization. So the question comes to you, why is it important that a regulatory framework recognize the unique characteristics of decentralized networks rather than treating them as if they were traditional centralized networks?
Yeah, so I think the fundamental innovation of what we're talking about here is this ability to transact in a peer-to-peer fashion, as you mentioned. And part of that recognition from the regulatory perspective is identifying what are the technology tools here that are being used versus those individuals who are participating in activities that would traditionally trigger registration and regulation. And I think the technology is fairly novel and new in the way that it interacts with financial infrastructure, but it is important to understand that the key innovation here is equivalent to having a tool in place, just like when the markets went from open floors to electronic trading, right? It wasn't the computers and the network wiring that we started regulating, it was the institutions that use those for regulated purposes, and the same is true in this transition.
Thank you very much. I want to jump to you, Mr. Lovar, if I can. Digital assets represents the next chapter. You talked a little bit in your testimony about how you use ETF and ETPs to navigate around some of the roadblocks that are standing in the way. What are those roadblocks? How do we unlock them, and what happens when we do?
Yeah, I look at it from a couple of different angles. First off, digital assets under the umbrella of sort of crypto assets and then tokenization. So let me start off with crypto assets. And so we develop products, exchange traded products that invest in those assets. So that was our first foray nearly 8 years ago. One of the roadblocks at the time, and then fast forwarding, was that there wasn't clear delineation of how those assets were categorized. And ultimately, we had an SEC at the time that was really looking at these in terms of not a way under the traditional securities laws and types of disclosure, but more market-based regulation. And so our goal was to launch products investing in those assets at the same time through our U.S. business and through our Europe business. But ultimately what happened is we were able to launch, due to the regulatory environment in the U.S. going back a few years, we were able to launch in Europe many products investing in many digital assets that have now garnered a couple billion in assets where we were way behind in the U.S.
This is our big opportunity, is to put forward a clarity and a regulatory framework so that folks are investing and developing and deploying here in the United States, not in Europe, not in locations around the globe. Cognizant of the time, I'll yield back. I'll now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. French Hill of Arkansas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To commemorate the fact that we're in this historic location in our semi-quincentennial, I'd like to ask that a talk I gave about Hamilton's restructuring of the debts negotiated in this building be inserted in the record.
Without objection, and I encourage folks to read it.
Yeah. Well, that won't happen, but we'll insert it in the record. Well, I think we've heard a clarion call today for clarity. And that's really helpful because we've worked in the House, and many of you have been involved in that really since 2018 under Maxine Waters' chairmanship. We dealt with Libra, we dealt with David Marcus going from PayPal to try to explore that. We dealt with FTX's collapse, and Maxine gave important leadership there. And then certainly under Kevin McCarthy as Speaker and Patrick McHenry as Chairman of the committee, you've seen us systematically try to educate members on both sides of the aisle of the importance of making this transition and having fit-for-purpose rules that do not confuse a functional blockchain token for a security investment contract. And that's been at the heart of Fit 21, which we passed 2 Congresses ago, and then, of course, the Clarity Act last summer that we commemorate today with 78 Democratic vote. So this has been a bipartisan priority. And your clarion call today really, I think, helps us focus why it's important. And I'm going to start out, Mr. Lovar, and there's a lot of conversation, particularly on, I'd say, blockchain ecosystem chatter on X and elsewhere about, well, if the Senate can't pass clarity, don't worry. We can just do all this through exemptive relief. You're a beneficiary of exemptive relief. Could you tell us how much more important it is to have something put in law for the regulatory and legal certainty of that?
Yeah, I mean, we're very grateful, the positioning that the SEC staff has taken under the current leadership in being innovative and forward-thinking and in granting exemptive
But the exact
relief.
opposite of the last SEC.
Yep.
Would you agree with that? Is this different from Gary Gensler's SEC?
It is different. Certainly, we're seeing the winds of innovation behind our back.
Yep.
Very much a different atmosphere, if you will, very pro-innovation. But, we really need durable rules that are embedded within what Congress has approved. That's what's important, so understanding that those asset classifications, the distinction between the SEC and CFTC jurisdiction, the ability to modernize is not just up to the agency, which should embolden and empower the agency and provide the agency with the resources it needs, but really needs to be embedded in law so it can carry administration to administration.
I agree completely that we've, as the chairman outlined in his opening statement, we've seen the migration of our legal and regulatory structure to meet the need for advancing American economic performance, no matter what generation. And we're at another one of those turning points, as we were in the 90s, with the decisions taken by Congress to not regulate the internet, to let it be an open source network, but to regulate activity on the internet. And once again, we're at that fit for purpose moment. Ms. Iberg, such a great, compelling testimony about the success of the Helium Network, and I think it's very educational for members and the public to see distributed ledger technology used in a practical way that's not tangled up in Wall Street jargon. And so you're not the only company with a big success story there, but I think it is a way to illustrate what it is that we're talking about in a way that a lot of people can understand. But you are a victim of regulatory and legal uncertainty. And again, you echo, I'm sure, this comment that the statute is the only way to achieve that for innovators in the country and to make America a safe and sound leader in this. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. Absent clear rules, which we intend and want to comply with, compliance becomes impossible. It is at best guesswork. The regulatory environment that changes with an election cycle is not sustainable, it's not durable, and it does not support long-term infrastructure projects like ours. So the only way to do that is through legislation, and that precludes the next SEC chair from simply, changing his mind and reversing the guidance that we're under now.
Right. Thank you for that. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is wonderful to be here as we mark the 1-year anniversary of the Genius Act being signed into law. We are also getting closer to bringing the Clarity Act across the finish line with the goal of ensuring America leads the world in digital asset innovation and emerging technology. As we discuss what a fully implemented Clarity Act would mean for the future of digital assets in the United States, I want to begin with you, Mr. Samansato. One of the Act's central goals is to establish a clear regulatory framework that promotes innovation while strengthening market integrity and consumer confidence. How will the Clarity Act encourage responsible innovation while also safeguarding its illicit finance, market manipulation, and operational risks?
I think the key is in defining those entities that will fall within the regulatory perimeter and then empowering regulators to actually oversee them. I mean, truthfully, the discussions around the regulation of this industry for the past decade have been, one of excitement and newsworthiness. And as a former regulator, it should be a fairly boring job, right? You should know the entities that are under your jurisdiction and be able to implement that. At the same time, we're talking about a novel technology that has the potential to be very innovative and be used in a bunch of different ways, as you've heard from some of the witnesses today. And what that requires is an understanding of where that line is, right? So many have been acting in an environment in which, there's kind of unclear, unwritten rules out there. There's evolving interpretations between various regulators. And that's just not an environment in which, if you're a software developer or somebody who wants to see some of the future innovations be built, that you can really operate easily in. And so the fact that Clarity kind of draws those very clear lines, gives guidance both to the regulators and to the individuals participating in these networks is really powerful.
Thank you for that. Regulation by enforcement during the previous administration drove much of America's digital asset innovation overseas. How will the Clarity Act help reverse that trend, and what impact do you expect it to have on bringing companies' investment, talent, and technological innovation back to the United States?
I think one of the unique aspects, I'm not an expert on kind of which jurisdiction is ahead and which one is behind, but at least from my perspective, seeing a lot of the individuals who are in the US are probably some of the people at the cutting edge of thinking about this innovation. And then there's a lot of structuring to get out of the country to avoid potential regulatory hiccups over the last few years. And that is an environment that is just not conducive to seeing the development that you would want to see in a country, right? Again, going back to that point of if you have the clear established rules plus the clarity of who is outside of that, right? And we think it's very important from Coin Center's perspective on the BRCA and some of those developer protections to create the environment in which, individual ingenuity, absorbing some of the American values of liberty and freedom of speech that are inherent in this technology, allowing people to kind of build off of those is really important.
I'm going to expand on what you just said. It's just very fitting that we're here at Federal Hall 250 years ago. The American experiment literally created the most freedom in the history of human civilization. And I actually think that emerging technologies, digital assets, blockchain technology is going to help freedom flourish in a way that few other things have in human history because of the decentralized nature of it. So we had a hearing on my subcommittee, on the Oversight Committee, Military and Foreign Affairs, about the challenge that emerging technology will pose to authoritarianism. And if you think about the tools of authoritarianism, of autocracy, is information control and capital control. If you can control what your citizenry believes to be true, and if you can control their resources, you can control them. And this is going to have a huge impact on authoritarian governments' ability to control their population's wealth. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I think honestly, blockchain technology is even just one aspect of that, right? We're in a time now where technology is changing so quickly, and how governments choose to interact with that and with the people is an extreme new risk, right? And it's really important to kind of ensure that the values that protect the individuals from participating in these and developing these, and allowing the development of that digital space to look like the development of our physical space in this country 200 years ago is extremely important.
The Clarity Act is incredibly important in maintaining the U.S. economy as the center of the global economy. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, to the extent that this is going to be a technology that is infused into the businesses of all these other witnesses here, it is imperative that that be within the structures, just like our securities markets are, just like our derivatives markets are, right? I think part of the reason of their success over the years has been the regulatory environment in which they get to operate.
Thank you for that. We're on the 1 yard line. We just got to score the touchdown. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Stutzman, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's great to be here. Thank you to the committee for hosting us here at Federal Hall. It's neat to be sitting here discussing future technology in these hallowed halls here. Last night we were at Francis Tavern, and I was thinking, that used to be one of those central points of information. But it was fun just to be there and thinking about the history of our great country and the founding of our country, and what we've done in the last 250 years. But our conversation today really is going to affect what the next 250 years is going to be like in our country. As we discussed earlier, 1 year ago today, this House passed the Clarity Act with one of the strongest bipartisan votes in Congress. It cleared Senate banking 2 months ago, yet it is still sitting on the Senate calendar. Every witness here today has a story about what delay cost: faster payments, markets open around the clock, and American innovation that flees overseas. In business, we have a saying that I can handle a yes or a no, but I can't handle suspense. And that's what it feels like we're dealing with today. I want those costs on the record today, and to send one clear message that it's time to pass the Clarity Act. Ms. Iberg, I'd like to ask you, because I represent Northeast Indiana, a lot of rural communities. We have a lot of underserved areas that are underserved by major internet providers, and we've spent billions of taxpayer dollars subsidizing broadband in this country, unfortunately with not so much to show for it. Can you tell us how rural America, and especially Hoosiers watching at home, how your network can benefit them?
Absolutely. So one of the problems with the initiative to roll out broadband to rural communities under the BEAD program is that the fiber and cable came out to those communities, but the last mile was not met. And so you have pretty much useless unlit cable and fiber in the ground. What helium can do is connect to that backhaul and then create a shareable signal for that community in central spaces where they're used by the people in that community. The advantage of doing that is that, one, you're using not bespoke equipment, but typically any Wi-Fi hardware can be converted or to connect to the helium network. You don't have to buy special equipment. The deployer of that hardware then is able to earn token rewards that are programmatically and automatically distributed via the helium protocol, which is a blockchain protocol, to that deployer. So that deployer is incentivized to create a signal that then benefits the community that deployer is in. So it empowers the people in those communities to serve themselves and help their neighbors.
You mentioned a lawsuit by the Biden administration in your testimony. If the Clarity Act had been law, do you think that frivolous enforcement action would have happened at all?
Absolutely not. As written, the Clarity Act clearly exempts transactions like those that pay HNT to helium deployers under the programmatic and automatic distributions within the gratuitous distribution carve-out. That recognition explicitly identifies tokens that power functional networks like ours versus tokens that are used to raise capital. They're two completely different things, two completely different risk profiles, and we should not have been categorized in the other.
What a huge setback. Ms. Abernathy, I'd like to ask you, your exchange is already regulated in Germany, Hong Kong, and Gibraltar, but has only just gotten a foothold here in the US, and I think that sequence speaks volumes. Why did a company like Bullish have to go abroad first before setting up shop here in the United States, where you think that this would be a no-brainer for us? Your microphone, please.
Thank you. That's better. So when we launched the exchange, that was back in 2021, at that point, there was very limited regulatory jurisdictions that actually had proper investor protections as part of any kind of regulatory framework. And to us, that was and always has been, still is, very important. And that was why we needed to find that regulatory structure. So again, in 2021, when we launched the exchange, we went to Gibraltar because it was actually one of the few that had a regulatory framework with proper investor protections.
Wow, it's fascinating. My time is almost set to expire, so I'll just yield back, Mr. Chairman, but thank you both for your answers.
Chairman yields back. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as a history teacher, I love being here. This is fantastic, and I could not be more appreciative of the fact that the opportunities that will afford so many Americans with this new legislation will clearly be enhanced. And one of the fundamentals I've always worked from is the idea that the key with government is offering certainty and stability. And Ms. Aberg, I'm really saddened to hear your story today and the unfortunate nature of what has happened. And I'm so glad to see we're finally moving forward with some clarity so that you can operate here in America and grow these opportunities. And this financial framework we're talking about is really what makes America the unique place. Everybody wants to do business here. Unfortunately, the previous administration did not provide that certainty and stability, and thus the dollars are going elsewhere, jobs are going elsewhere, and it's so important that we do it this the right way. And again, I would applaud the chairman, Mr. Stile from Wisconsin, where walking us through the historic nature when America acts with that certainty and stability, starting with Hamilton and others, providing the haven where people can invest with confidence, knowing that the rules will be there in part. And that means our kids and grandkids will actually have the jobs of the future that are in places around the world we never thought they would be. Mr. Lovar, if I could ask you, traditional crypto and traditional companies will now compete under these equal rules or same rules. How does this bill, in your mind, create that level playing field we've all been looking for?
Yeah, so I think, look, we're, proponents, and we have been, operating under a regulated infrastructure. I think, bringing that, recognition that requires, governance, risk management, an understanding of clear rules, whether the asset you're operating under or the regulatory jurisdiction you're operating under, SEC or CFTC, whether you're an established financial services firm like WisdomTree or a fintech, just having those knowable rules will allow you to continue to build your business, and more particularly, build it here in the U.S. under those knowable rules.
And Mr. Somancento, if I could, on the DeFi issue, in the bill, it specifically excludes that certain rules with DeFi. What would happen if we did not have that same clarity? What would happen to DeFi if we did not provide the structure that's in this bill?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would continue the environment that we've been in for a while now, which is, listen, the developers are creating pretty novel technologies, right, that do test the questions around what should and shouldn't fall into a regulatory environment. And it's really incumbent on Congress to kind of come forward and say, this is where we draw the line. And from us, for a perspective, like, there are important protections to be had, right? First Amendment protections to be able to write code, protections to participate in these networks and a peer-to-peer management without having, surveillance from the government that might be unnecessary. And so clarity is really important at just, again, making that line clear so that development activity can continue, right? And that people can understand when the development activity and the business activity flows into something that's regulated, that they know where that falls as well. And clarity is very specific on that line.
Thank you. And I'll just close by saying this. I really appreciate the chairman and also our full Chairman Hill. I mean, a lot of people look at Congress as a very chaotic place, and the way that you've been able to navigate this with the ranking member really makes a difference. And when we go back home, we say we actually made this a bipartisan bill. Everybody had kind of not only a stake in this, but more importantly, a say in how we change the rules on how we modify this emerging technology. And I couldn't be more pleased to be on a committee that focuses on solutions, not playing politics. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. And again, thanks for taking this time here at a special place and a special time in our history.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to our guests today. Thank you for the candid testimony. And Ms. Aberg, while you were testifying, and I actually was doing a little other research, reading some articles about what all happened, and I think to Mr. Herodopoulos' comments, unbelievable the way the company was treated. And I do want to thank you again for the efforts you all made in Western North Carolina after Helene. That was very helpful to allow commerce to pick back up. So thank you for those efforts that cannot be expressed enough. It always strikes me as odd. You think about it, roughly a third of all Americans either own or use digital assets in some manner. So this isn't some fleeting thing that's going to go away. And there are those who look at it and they resist technology. Well, guess what? If we banned automobiles, we'd have 40,000 less deaths a year. But that's not, we're not going to get rid of cars, I don't think. So there's inherent risk in certain technologies. But the guidelines and the proposals and the law that's being worked on with respect to, of course, the Genius and then with Clarity are designed to do that. So it's understandable why companies, with the failure, particularly the 4 years before under the Biden administration, were having to look to go offshore. So I think it's important that we work hard to bring that stability, and that's why I'm proud of what this committee has done and what the House has done to pass this legislation. But it did bring me to another question, Ms. Aberg, and that is, it's clear why the market structure is important for financial firms. But tell me about when it comes to companies who are developing blockchain applications outside of traditional finance. Why is it important to have these guidelines as well for them?
It's critical for pretty much our history embodies why it is so critical. The SEC sued Nova Labs over allegations that the hotspots of hardware could be plugged in exchange the deployer of that hardware could earn tokens. It also said that users of a mobile phone plan, that was also an unregistered securities offering because the user of that phone plan could potentially earn tokens if they voluntarily opted into a program where they provided useful information for mapping the network. that we're trying to build infrastructure. We're not trying to raise capital through selling tokens. We've never actually sold tokens in the secondary market other than OTC sales that were constructed with to be regulation D compliant. Clarity defines and allots tokens that are used to run functional networks like ours to the regulation under the CFTC. The CFTC still has its full regulatory toolkit and can bring claims for fraud, manipulation, and abuse in the sale and purchase of those tokens like it always has been. I don't think Clarity is a call for deregulation. I think it's a call for the right regulation per the right regulator. And without that clarity, infrastructure projects like ours are not going to be durable in the United States. We need the certainty of legislation codified into law that cannot be changed at the whim of whoever happens to be sitting at the chair of the SEC or the White House.
And so to your point, of course, jurisdictions like the European Union, Singapore, the UK, Hong Kong, and the Emirates have aggressively moved to establish clear digital asset frameworks. Mr. Salmonsato, I bring me to you. What lessons can Congress learn from the jurisdictions that have already adopted these digital asset regulatory frameworks, and where have those frameworks succeeded or fallen short?
I mean, I think the key lesson is more the initiative, right? It is the recognition that there's something novel here and that the markets are developing in a way that requires some kind of regulation, and that there are jurisdictions that have kind of leaned into that and said, okay, we're going to tackle this problem. And we recognize that kind of existing regulation is being tested in a way that we can't just rely on some of the principles that have been there. And so one, I think it's that, you know, that lesson of, hey, you need to take the initiative, and that comes down to Congress. And then I think the second part is, you know, naturally markets are global environments, right? It's very difficult to put jurisdictional boundaries around markets, and that requires, you know, all the regulators to kind of come together and be able to marry where they make sense, and that requires, again, that initiative to put some regulatory environment in place.
And in that same thing, just as a follow-up on that, why would you say it's important that any market structure legislation preserve the ability of decentralized finance to innovate while ensuring there is the regulatory oversight focused where there are risks?
Yeah, I mean, for us, that is the core innovation here, right? It is the development of a network that is permissionless to participate in and to be able to transfer value in a peer-to-peer fashion, right? It is the truth that there has been a large development of financial institutions and technology firms building in this environment. But even without those, the technology is still important, and that requires a protection of those people who want to participate at that level.
Thank you, and my time has expired, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the chair of the subcommittee on oversight and investigations, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all very much for being here with us. This is really a great hearing. It's very, very important. And it's certainly fitting that we're here at Federal Hall, where capital formation began in our country, and the Clarity Act is about extending that same opportunity to more Americans, not fewer. And I'm sure my colleagues as well, are certainly hoping that the Senate is watching your testimonies and your comments, because they're compelling and they certainly need to be aware of it. Also a little disappointed none of our Democrat colleagues are here. They were invited, and certainly Republicans and Democrats will all benefit, all of America, by passing the Clarity Act. We've passed the Genius Act, as you well know, into law, signed by the president. So, you know, the stable coins has got its federal framework. The House has done its part in passing Clarity, and truly it's up to the Senate to finish the job. So, Mr. Salmonsato, let me start with you, please. With your experience working at the CFTC and now the private sector, how does the Clarity Act make sure we're not creating new gaps for illicit finance and market manipulation while we're trying to give legitimate businesses certainty?
Yeah, so I think it does a few things. I've talked already about how it, you know, sets the clear lines of which entities are going to be regulated. But then core to that is building off of that to use the traditional anti-money laundering structures that are in place, right? To say that these newly regulated entities are still going to be Bank Secrecy Act regulated, and that they will have an obligation to surveil for illicit activity. I used to work at Chainalysis. It's a company that recognizes there's something unique in these networks and the ability to process some of the data and be able to identify potential bad actors. And what you've seen is even something unique in this market of companies that operate using that kind of technology to do enhanced screening or kind of a different form of risk management on their customers and on illicit activity. And so I think kind of putting all of those pieces together with this bill and kind of ensuring that those intermediaries that are rightfully defined to sell also have those AML obligations and kind of the kind of, I don't want to say motivation, but the call to implement that is really important.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lover, Wisdom Trade Prime mobile app, tokenized securities for sales. Do you think this will expand access to everyday investors to trade on blockchain? And how does Clarity, what role does Clarity Act play in that?
Yeah, most certainly. I think, if you look at one of the core benefits, and this gets to a point Mr. Timmons made as well, is you look at the investor being able to have greater control. So we can deliver that tokenized fund share to their own wallet. They control that wallet, and then they can move that fund share to anyone else's wallet instantly. If you think about the power of that instant movement, instant settlement, right now, that is intermediated. Believe it or not, if you tried to move a traditional share of stock, if you just said, hey, I want to transfer the share of stock to my son or daughter, that is actually not a simple process. It requires a lot of paperwork, multiple days, just to do that simple action. Now I can hold my tokenized share in my wallet, move it immediately. So just bringing back the power to the investor is critically important. The Clarity Act embodies and notes the power of tokenization, that securities that are tokenized or securities themselves, also empowers the SEC and CFTC to continue to innovate. So that's really what's going to continue to allow innovation and growth in this space.
Great. From your perspective, Ms. Lover, where does today's uncertainty over whether a digital asset, which of course the Genius Act tried to clarify, falls under the SEC's or CFTC's jurisdiction, does that create a operational or compliance burden?
It has historically, yes. I mean, from our historical experience, for instance, we tried under the prior administration just have comfort that our tokenized gold product was in fact a commodity. If you think about certificate of title to physical gold in a vault, it seems like pretty clearly a commodity, but it was such a complicated environment that we, didn't have complete comfort. We then said, okay, help us understand, why this shouldn't be just considered a commodity, and we just could not get an answer. And this Clarity Act would provide those knowable rules, those durable rules to make clear that answer. I mean, we ultimately launched because we knew we were in the right there, that we had the clear answer, but you want the durable rule to allow you to really have the ultimate comfort there.
Thank you. I'm glad. I believe we have a second round, so we'll have more questions after that. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back, and indeed we do have a second round, so we'll go into a second round of questions for our witnesses. I want to dive in, if I can, with you, Ms. Abernethy, again. A lot of crypto intermediaries and exchanges have been relying on licenses like the state money transmitter license, New York BIT license to operate. But these requirements differ, require compliance with up to 50 regulatory frameworks. And so the question then is, how will clear definitions of digital asset intermediaries' roles impact crypto exchanges such as Bullish? But then in particular, how will providing these types of frameworks at the federal level enable greater consumer protection in the process?
Yeah, thank you. Having clarity over roles and responsibilities is obviously always very, very important. So, firms know the rules of the road. They know what they can do. They know how they can do it. They know what's, part of the framework, what isn't, and what they need to comply with. To your point, yes, the state by state is tricky, and not all states have a regulatory framework either or a license. So, we actually believe, one of the biggest investor protections of a federal framework is the fact that it would be federal, that it would be across all states, that there would be a consistency in the licensing and in the requirements, and that everyone would be protected.
That consistency across 50 states, that obviously allows businesses to scale. That's one benefit, right? You're going to see
Correct.
hopefully capital deployed in the United States. The other side of this that I'm focused in on not only is making sure that we're investing here in the United States rather than abroad, but also how we're protecting consumers in the process. How does that, having a national framework, benefit consumers rather than the patchwork that we just discussed?
Well, again, to the point, having the framework will bring liquidity onshore. To your point, it will make the markets actually have a structure within which they can grow and develop, which just we have not had to date, and that is why liquidity has certainly left. And we've seen it in the past when new regulatory structures have come in to even traditional markets. They have done so with the right protections that have allowed a market to grow, evolve, and effectively protect all consumers involved.
I think there's a real opportunity as this framework builds out. Not only will you see more innovation development in the United States, I think this is also our opportunity to make sure that there's consumer protection standards in place to help people. The good actors want to root out the bad actors in this space. I think making sure that we have clear lines as to what regulator has what authority where, as Clarity does, provides us huge opportunities in this space. I'll stay with you just for a minute here since we're in a second round. The Clarity Act really shores up the SEC's authority with respect to digital assets commodities sold as part of an investment contract, and allows the SEC registered entities to offer digital commodities on their platforms. Could you just give a little flavor as to why you think that is an important provision inside Clarity?
Yeah, so that's really important as it kind of helps towards the development of kind of a dual registration, if you like, between the SEC and the CFTC. And, you know, as we've seen recently from March 2026, sort of the MOU between the SEC and the CFTC, as well as the interpretation that came out, that the agencies are trying to harmonize and working towards that, which I think would be an incredible benefit because there are overlaps, there are intersections, and they do need to work together. Some of the important ones, one in particular I've been looking at is the portfolio margining that is recently being discussed, which can provide not only more effective and efficient risk management, but it can also actually unlock capital, which then provides more liquidity into the market.
Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody being here. I'll yield back and I'll recognize the chairman, Mr. Hill, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Let me stay with you, Ms. Abernathy. Talked about you've got the base exchange, and people are now writing applications on this base layer, which Clarity gives some real benefits to. But can you walk through the migration of certain traditional finance intermediated settlement activities to a decentralized blockchain approach, and talk about how you see that interoperability and, for example, in the consolidated audit trail plans of the SEC, not my favorite subject, but nonetheless the law of the land, you know, blockchain ATSs or blockchain registered exchanges have an obligation to show that lit market too. Tell me how you're going to comply with that.
So we operate a centralized exchange, primarily. So we're not moving into sort of the decentralized space. And so that is how we are evolving, as noted, starting with sort of, you know, we have applications in right now with the CFTC to have our centralized futures exchange, clearinghouse, and intermediary. We had also recently announced acquisition of Equinity, and the purpose of that was to move into the tokenized securities infrastructure, and we believe combining the platforms does sort of give that full life cycle from issuance and registry to trading, and connecting effectively a trusted sort of reporting and regulated transfer agent that was Equinity, or is, and with Bullish's sort of blockchain and trading infrastructure, and that this represents the future of the securities market.
Thank you, Mr. Lovar, same sort of question to you, since you run a big, well-known traditional finance company you're using tokenization. There are a lot of people that, they don't want to be bombarded with information from you 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. So tell me the value of tokenized settlement with 7 day a week settlement for your customers. Who's using it now that you're offering it, and what kind of volumes are you seeing?
Yeah, so, one of the things I note is that, we've seen increased volumes just since the passage of the Genius Act. So, one of the important things there is, I think, just Congress, putting its stamp on actually approving a federal framework for, even though that was for stable coins, I just think it underlies the importance of the passage of clarity. So we've seen increased activity since then, including increased stablecoin issuers. So those stablecoin issuers, for instance, are interacting with our money market fund as a reserve asset. So they want that instant liquidity, instant availability, can move into their reserve, and then as their users are moving in and out, also instantly out of that stable coin, they can similarly move that reserve asset. We're also seeing stable coin holders that aren't able to obtain yield through holding their stable coin similarly access our assets, our tokenized funds, particularly our tokenized money market fund, but also the other exposures. I can move my digital assets instantly. I want also, if I'm going to access and interoperate with traditional financial services, I want that similar experience. So, every user should have that similar experience and have the availability to instantly settle and also work 24/7 around the clock. I think as well as, as others are, you're entering into different spaces, it can be difficult to have a financial position that you want to, liquidate, for instance, and not be able to do that on a Saturday when the markets are, maybe volatile otherwise. So providing that access point 24/7, we found to be very important.
Mr. Samasato, similar with your regulatory experience too, tokenization of collateral pools, which is net margining, but wouldn't that be a big issue, and couldn't that have been helpful in some catastrophic situation like Silicon Valley if the collateral pool of the Federal Home Loan Bank and the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco had all been 24-hour accessible with blockchain accounting? Isn't that a way to have more liquidity, more safety in the financial system?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take even a different example, which is you go back to 2008, and there was a lot of questions about, to what extent was the crisis a result of the derivatives market, and a lot of it was just an unknown exposure between counterparties, So when you have something with more, uniform infrastructure and information available to a regulator, it's a lot more information to glean. That maybe it wasn't the case that any one business was underwater, but now we know the credit exposure to each business and can manage that risk better.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, Mr. Chairman, when we think about the benefits and scale of this technology. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman of South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's critically important that Congress continue to create the rules of the road to make sure that emerging technology has certainty. And the Biden administration's regulation by enforcement was the exact opposite approach, and now Congress has acted. We put a lot of points on the board with Genius. We're about to put more points on board with Clarity, but we need to continue to build to maintain the certainty for businesses to invest and to give them the rules of the road. And I think the next step, I hope, is going to be around tokenization. I have an NFT bill that we've been working on and plan on filing it after Clarity passes. I think that all of this emerging technology changes lives in a way that we can't really fathom. I mean, think about the iPhone came out just 20 years ago, and the world has changed just immensely. I still remember the BlackBerry. So, I mean, I can't think of what 20 years from now is going to look like. And I think that there's some areas that are exciting. And again, all of this emerging technology has value because it streamlines processes, it removes middlemen, it creates transparency, and it gives people more freedom to move their assets. It makes their lives easier. So as it relates to tokenization, there's also a potential for the government to use it. So one thing that I've been thinking about is vehicles. I recently got a new car to register my car. You got to pay taxes, all this stuff. So, I mean, Mr. Lovar, could the government tokenize vehicles, and then streamline taxation. I mean, we're having this issue of the gas tax. We got electric vehicles. We're going to have hydrogen vehicles soon. So, I mean, could we use blockchain technology, tokenize vehicles to register and to tax vehicles as they use roads?
Yeah, I think, look, there's many opportunities for tokenization. We're focused in the financial services space, but as you note, if you just focus on the underlying fundamentals of it's a, transparent, blockchain database essentially that is immutable. So having that record-keeping functionality that, as you mentioned, can potentially, provide more seamlessness, greater functionality, quicker functionality, having that, in what may traditionally be very, spaces that aren't typically, functioning as fast as they want them to be in terms of cars, registration, taxes. I think, it's potentially a very, very significant use case, certainly.
I got another fun one, land. So, I mean, how many people across this country work at the Recorder of Deeds office? I mean, ChatGPT said over 1 million. So, I mean, if you think about it, we have records that go back hundreds of years to show who owns what and who passed it across title, all of this stuff. So, I mean, we theoretically could tokenize land, and we could, in 20 years, no longer have these questions of deeds or title insurance. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, that's the importance of, you have an immutable, transparent record, and that immutability, it can't be changed. So that's incredibly important. You potentially reduce potential for forgery or the like. Well, you have that transparent record. You can see where it moved, and also you can tell, how it's moved. Does it move to, different, types of actors? So yeah, I think there's a lot of potential there as well.
Well, I think that it's hard to even imagine what the world's going to look like in 20 years. But in order for us to continue to be the center of the global economy and to continue to provide the American dream that people have enjoyed for 250 years, we've got to get this right. And that's the importance of passing clarity. And we got to then build on it. And there's other pieces of legislation that will continue to give the rules of the road to the free market to continue to innovate. And it's exciting times, and I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Stutzman is recognized for 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After Mr. Timmons' comments, it reminded me of a picture that I sent to my boys a couple of weeks ago, and I don't know if you've seen this, but it's a guy holding a camera, one of the old video cameras, VHS cameras on his shoulder. He's got I can't even remember the names of these things, VHS, CDs, these big phones, all these different devices that we used to use back in the 80s and 90s, and now it all fits in our hand. I mean, in one hand, and we can stick it in our pocket, and that's how far technology has come. And I think one of the things that is important, especially as we discuss this particular issue, is how do we explain to our constituents and to the American people what this actually does for them in their everyday lives. I mean, I'm trying to schedule a closing here in the next couple of weeks, and we're having to get everybody there all at the same time, and land at the same spot, and signatures, and obviously there's some ways to get around some of that. But Ms. Abernathy, we were talking a little bit about companies that are going overseas. Can you talk a little bit about enacting clarity? It would encourage more firms to be here in America. We know the race that we have with China. We know the race that we have with other countries. If we don't get this right, what happens? What do Americans miss out on? I mean, because I know, like, even some of the blockchain technology. How does it apply to a restaurant owner? How does it apply to people in small businesses and healthcare, things like that? And I'd like to open it up to the rest of the panel too. But Ms. Abernathy, if you could comment on that.
So, I mean, absolutely, if we don't get this right, then there would be a lot of things that are missed out on. Again, from my perspective, from the exchange, getting this right means liquidity comes into the U.S., but what that also means is obviously more capital to do more with, to develop the technology more, to innovate, and to figure those kinds of things out. I'm probably less in that, very technical, exactly how it might help a restaurant or or another thing of that nature. But I do, from the exchange perspective, getting this right will absolutely bring liquidity onshore. And bringing liquidity onshore means more capital, means more innovation. And through that innovation, I mean, we've seen it. It's already been mentioned. What's it going to look like in 20 years?
Yeah.
We don't know. But it all is moving in a digital direction and a direction that benefits customers. It's, otherwise there'd be no point. But it's all benefiting consumers. It's all benefiting all of us.
Yeah. I mean, it reminds me a lot of what the chairman said earlier about the internet. We're building the interstate highway. And, we really built the interstate highway for commerce, but also for military purposes. And then all of a sudden you have businesses that are just sprouting up and doing all these different new innovative services and building products for the American people. And that's what where we're at today and what can be done. But, whether it's blockchain technology is, it's still so new. We probably use it in some ways that we don't even realize. Mr. Solomon-Saudi, you're shaking your head there. I'm kind of curious what some of your thoughts are. What should the American people, why should they support the Clarity Act? Because it's going to help them in their daily lives.
Yeah, I think it kind of comes in layers, right? I think going back to what Mr. Timmons said, it's very difficult to project ahead what the future of technology looks like, other than we know it's going to drastically change things over time. And we've seen development encouraged in this area and a lot of new technologies coming on board. And then I think as you've seen early adoption, it becomes incumbent on Congress to say, here are the rules of the road, so that the companies who do want to build that infrastructure that might be more usable to the end individual can create something, right? The goal of technology should be to make things easier, to make them safer. And I'm not some techno-utopian who thinks all of it is going that way, right? Again, it requires each step in the path to kind of focus on that. I mean, one practical example I'll give you, which is I run my kids' swim team, right? I'm the parent volunteer, and this is the first year that we've required credit cards because everything is through online, and it's I'm just looking at our small nonprofit swim team and looking at how much you're paying on credit card fees and how many different accounts I have to set that up. And I'm not saying I don't think crypto is necessarily at a point where it's going to replace all of that, right? But the concept of, hey, a new technology that makes payments easier and that allows them to be in peer-to-peer, coming back to the users and to the individuals in this country, hopefully the development is down a path where at some point you go, hey, this feels more like when I just used to pay for something in cash, right? And it's easy and it's online. And I think that is the hope of building the regulatory structure, allowing the companies to build, is you kind of get that incremental approach towards that.
Thank you.
Yields back. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herdopoulos is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me get into the DeFi issue as well again. One of the defining features of DeFi is that many applications operate through open source software rather than traditional financial intermediaries. As innovation continues in this space, it's important that developers who write and publish software are not treated the same as entities that take custody of consumer assets or control transactions. So the question to you is, how does Clarity help distinguish between software developers and regulated financial intermediaries? And why is protecting developers who build decentralized technologies important for fostering innovation while maintaining appropriate consumer protections?
Yeah, so I go back to the fundamental innovation here being that ability to write up code, offer it up for anybody to use, and that allows you to participate in a network where you do a transaction in a peer-to-peer way. And a DeFi at its best is intended to do something along those lines. And so when you look at Clarity, there's a few ways that it addresses this issue. Let's start with what is our key priority, which is the BRCA, which is right now money transmission, right? There's different concepts of that at a state level, at a federal level, but at a baseline interpretation, it involves somebody taking your money and transmitting it to another person, right? And you play that trusted role because you're taking, hold of their money, you're offering up something to the customer that that they should put their trust in you. And what crypto networks and DeFi at its best will look like is actually it is your ability to take an open source tool and send those transactions direct in a peer-to-peer fashion. In that case, the developers who created that network are not the same thing as money transmitters. But we live in a world where the interpretations around those provisions are flexible, right? And you've seen aggressive prosecutions go after developers basically on the premise of you develop something and you're going to be allowed for the illicit use. What Clarity does is says, no, there are still money laundering laws in place, and there are still important criminal provisions that apply to a developer who might intentionally try to, assist in some money laundering scheme. But if you are developing a neutral platform that's open source that other people can inspect and allow them to do a peer-to-peer transaction, that is not the type of activity that is going to suck you into a regulatory environment. So that's like really key in Clarity. And then it also does something similar from the SEC and CFTC registration perspectives.
Thank you. Mr. Lovar, you brought up a great example before talking about transferring stock, right? And the old way and hopefully the new way, right? And I'm sure we all do wire transfers. It's a pain. You get $30. You got to go in and do all these different steps. Walk us through what a traditional situation you described, if you want to transfer some shares to your daughter in the old way versus what the future might be, just so that we could educate folks who are watching why this is so important.
Yeah, I think, it really boils down to just you're having a number of steps, a number of intermediaries, involved in the process. So, first off, it's that I have my account at a financial institution, so they're going to require a certain level of paperwork just to be able to say, hey, I now want to transfer to this account. Whereas, so I've lost the control of the ability to be able to move my asset because I'm dependent on that financial intermediary to do so. So it's part of that being able to instruct, if you will. But I have a reliance there. And from there, once that instruction is made, then you have the plumbing to be able to do that, to have to move it, which typically that plumbing, takes a good day or two to go through the system of intermediaries to move from, one account through, say, the DTCC to another account. So it's that plumbing that is not needed within the wallet-to-wallet direct peer-to-peer example. None of that is needed, actually. So that's really the power of it, and that instantaneous settlement essentially seamlessly.
Right. And Ms. Abernathy, if I could, you guys are the experts at this. We're playing catch up with y'all, and we're trying to create the best legislation possible. When you're talking to your friends who aren't in the finance world, kind of as the answer Mr. Lovar just gave, how do you describe what digital assets are to the layperson isn't in this field?
I do get asked that often, and it's one that you have to stop and think about. Do you want a sentence, a chapter, or a book? Digital assets. There's so many things. From my perspective, from an exchange perspective, they're another asset class. They're another asset that can be traded, but they can be traded in ways that are similar yet different. The difference is more down to the technology and some of the enhancements that can be done, again, from a risk management perspective, given that that's one of my key focuses. We can run margining calls so much more frequently than what is currently under the regulations today. And we can use collateral in a way that, again, the existing regulations haven't thought about. Sorry.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, sorry. But thank you. It's a complex issue, and that's why it's always helpful to get the folks to understand how, as Mr. Lovar described, it's just trying to make our life simpler, but also have that transparency, see if you have the confidence to make that transaction. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Moore is recognized.
Thank you, sir. Digital assets really should not exist or in isolation from the traditional financial markets that we have in the United States. I would submit that one of the reasons that we have been as great and prosperous a nation as we have been really falls down to a safe, reliable financial system that underpins all that allows that creative, that entrepreneurship, that growth, that balances the forward thinking to advance and to grow, but also those protections that need to be in place. And so my question, and I would first ask this over to Mr. Lovar, is, first of all, what benefits do you think there are by allowing the traditional financial institutions to participate in the digital asset markets?
I think it goes back to some of those hallmarks that we've touched on earlier in terms of, what is the investor experience potentially benefiting from in terms of, leveraging this technology. And I think ultimately for us, the reference to tokenization or blockchain will in time, fall behind the scenes. The investor will not really be focusing on, is it blockchain, is it tokenization, but what are those benefits that I'm getting? Can I seamlessly move my asset? Do I have transparency in seeing, where it's potentially moving to? Is it quicker than what I'm historically experiencing? And most importantly, can I control my own experience to a greater extent? I think the other important aspect, we touched a little bit on interoperability earlier, but if you think about it, there's multiple rails that the asset can move on, multiple different blockchains. And so as an issuer, we support asset movement on 8 different blockchains: Ethereum, Arbitrum, Avalanche, Stellar. And so that allows the investors even greater control to say, okay, here's a financial rail, here are the benefits of that one, attributes that I want to take advantage of, and I want my asset to move within my wallet through that financial rail direct to my counterpart. So really, it's that holistic, I think, set of benefits that are really investors are looking for.
So let me ask you this, and this is going to be open to any of the 4 that want to comment on it. Assuming that we get clarity passed out of the Senate, signed into law, and done, where do you see things 5 years, 10 years, and even we're going to do the 20-year on that one? Like, I don't think VHS is going to be back there, Mr. Stutzman. I think that's gone. But where do you think we are, and how does that apply to the consumer out there across the country?
If I may respond, Mr. Moore. So I think that I think helium represents a non-financial application of blockchain, and it is already serving millions of Americans on a daily basis, and millions of people in Mexico and soon in Brazil and potentially the United Kingdom. I think what we are showing is that blockchain can be utilized and integrated into incredibly interesting infrastructure projects and other projects to enhance the cost efficiency of the delivery of those services, and make and empower people on a local level to create those services for themselves and their community. It's not limited to wireless. It can happen with sharing. It could help update the energy grid. There are projects using distributed energy models. It can happen on the compute level. There are people sharing gigabytes for running AI programs, for running graphics programs. This enriches communities that are deploying that technology, and it is a way to enhance the delivery of those services already. And blockchain makes that feasible by being the connective tissue between all those discrete contributors.
Anyone else want to comment on that? Mr. LeVar?
Yeah, I think, I think naturally as a large ETF sponsor, we looked at some analogies there. I think we've seen the growth, and it took the ETF industry, it's only 30 approximately years old, but time to grow from its infancy and now eclipsing mutual funds. So, $10+ trillion, and that goes back to the benefits that those investors experience. As we look at this industry, we're actually seeing a greater growth trajectory. And I think that really goes back to the benefits I talked about earlier. So we're excited for the growth trajectory and really leading and innovating in the space there. And I think clarity will really be the catalyst, to really put those durable laws in place, just so we're not guessing, we're not uncertain about especially the future, make it administration proof.
Thank you. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Muser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Aber, the status quo is clearly not protecting consumers or investors or providing an environment that fosters innovation. How would the Clarity Act better protect consumers from crypto-related scams?
I think by creating clear rules for companies who want to comply to be able to comply with those rules. Right now, under the status quo, there are so many resources being spent by projects like mine on defensive structuring, on outside counsel, on trying to guess at what the regulations require, how they will be applied by a very mercurial SEC. With codified legislation, we have certainty about what the rules are and how to comply with them. I think that is unquestionably, objectively, a better environment for business and a better environment for innovation, a better environment for builders and for consumers, because consumers know what they're getting into. Investors know how to scope the risk if they want to contribute capital. Counterparties that we deal with can understand what regulations may apply to the activities they're coming into. Right now, all of that is a gray area, and that's just not a sustainable, workable framework for us to exist in.
Right, thank you. And we hope our current SEC isn't so mercurial in your view. Ms. Abernethy, how do traditional IPOs compare to digital asset capital raises when it comes to investor protection and how companies can use the money they raise?
Sorry, not getting this microphone thing correct. So, with regards to capital raising, investors should get transparent, sufficient, and accurate information. They need to have, enough information to make informed decisions and to ensure there's no fraud or manipulation. That should be no different, whether it's a traditional security or a tokenized asset or a digital asset. The investor protections that are involved and that have been, the same principle applies. There should be absolutely no difference between the two.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Lover, I see you're sort of biting at the bit to maybe answer that question, but I got another question for you first. If you were speaking to the Senate, what would you say to them about the importance of passing the Clarity Act?
I think that what we've seen so far is certainly, while WisdomTree is sort of focused on the U.S., we've seen a lot of innovation go offshore. We've seen a lot of players offshore. And so, really the Clarity Act and providing that durable framework that it's proposed to provide, I think will really ensure that America continue to be the powerhouse of innovation in capital markets. And we want to build here and continue to do so to have that durability. So I would say, if you're going to keep America at the forefront of innovation, pass the Clarity Act.
Great. Mr. Salensato, same question.
There's like a lot of divergent views on crypto, right? And I think that even from my perspective, right, there's some really fascinating and interesting developments and innovations in this area. And at the same time, there's a lot of fluff, right? And I don't think that changes the way that I think Congress should approach this, which is you have constituents who are interested, excited, want to participate in these networks, see different value through different products and through different platforms. And the job of Congress is to understand that need of their constituents and create an environment in which, the regulatory requirements that we can put in place and the other laws that need to be there to ensure that that's as safe as possible while still giving them the freedom to do that is extremely important. And so it's like put aside that viewpoint of like, do you like this technology? Is this the cool development or not? And understand that like people are engaged in this, right? Regardless of what number you use, right? If it's 12 million people, 25 million people, right? There's a lot of Americans who are engaging in this technology in good faith, and it's incumbent on Congress and on the Senate to recognize that and put into place the regulations that are necessary for that to
Very well said. Ms. Hayberg, if you were speaking to the Senate, what would you say to them about the importance of passing the Clarity Act?
It's critically important for innovative projects to thrive and flourish in America. I think that America has always been the standard setter in the financial markets and in technology. Failing to pass Clarity risks losing that leadership position, and it puts us in the country in a reactive posture where we are responding to regulations that are imported by other countries rather than exporting the standards that we want to set and have the world follow.
Excellent. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Appreciate everybody's testimony today. Thank all of our witnesses. I also thank everybody from the House of Representatives. There's a lot of staff here from the Recording Institute and others who helped put this on. In 250 years of American history, this is the building where Congress first met in 1789 on Wall Street. And the United States has been the leader in financial innovation, and that has given the United States such amazing opportunities. We dominate the globe in the capital market space. This is our opportunity to seize the moment. A year to the day since the House of Representatives passed the Genius Act, which was signed into law a year ago tomorrow. This is our opportunity to finish the job and have Clarity, which passed the House under the leadership of Chairman Hill a while ago, get all the way across the line to unleash further capital development here in the United States. So I thank all of our witnesses for being here today. Formally, I say, without objection, all members have 5 legislative days to submit additional materials to the witnesses, or in questions to the witnesses. Questions will be forwarded to you, and we ask that you would respond no later than August 21st. The hearing on the subcommittee on digital assets on the Financial Services Committee is adjourned.
Voila! Let's get back to it, legends. Let's get back to it. Let's set this up again. So that's a wrap. Now we play some tunes and get back to the live stream. So, positive language. However, something that we have to consider coming out of this is, I was looking at this person. She covers a lot of the Clarity Act stuff. The updated legislative text remains elusive following yesterday's meeting between President Trump and the Senate Republicans on ethics. We know for a fact that the odds of the market structure passing this year have kind of dwindled down to 36%. Trump supposedly met with some senators yesterday to break the deadlock before the August recess. And we know also that there is not the Senate Democrat support. So, because of this, it's highly likely that it doesn't pass at this point. I mean, the probabilities just favor that on the prediction markets at least, and I like to defer to this. However, guys, we will make money in this market regardless. Clarity, no clarity, I'm gonna keep making money. Clarity is an important thing, and I think that over the long term, it is something that we should all want to pass. Of course, there's some factors that are less positive, but for the most part, I would say that clarity is positive for the crypto markets. Right now, I am still in my Bitcoin long. I'm still in a Bitcoin short, and I am also still in my Tau short position, which I'm probably about to take profits on during this live stream. All of these trades, as you know, legends, are shared within my community. If you want to join, just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group, and make sure to smash that like button if you haven't already. My group is free in the sense of you're trading with your own money. So you can sign up down below if you'd like to. If not, let me just take you through some of these scenarios. So right now, Bitcoin is technically holding higher low structure. You know, while I was live streaming, of course, just to get a glimpse of the volatility, which there wasn't that much, we effectively had just chopping on the 5-minute time frame. However, this looks pretty okay. We have a low, we have a higher low, we have a sweep, technically another higher low, and we have technically right now another higher low. We have a high, not a higher high, but the higher high stems from here. So right now, if you're asking me what is the best opportunity, this is effectively a chop city zone, because Bitcoin is between its value area high and its point of control and the anchored VWAP from the pivot low. So the anchored VWAP does typically provide some kind of support, and you can see once again we've wicked into the level and we've managed to hold on here on the 4-hour time frame. Now we still have 20 minutes until the 4-hour candle closes, but if the 2018 scenario is to play out, this week should in fact be a red week. Doesn't mean we can't pump without it being a red week, but it is something that we have to consider. Exactly, Austin. Looks like Bitcoin is caught in between the point of control and the anchored VWAP. If it falls below the anchored VWAP, I think it will likely head to sub 60K. It's entirely possible, guys. Entirely possible. So, this is the trajectory that I have. I am long, I am short. We longed from much lower, we shorted from much higher. That's how you want to play the game of swing trading in this bear market. Every single relief rally we've shorted, and now I will simply look to enter and or add to my shorts if we get that relief up to above, at the bare minimum, the 2021 all-time highs. Until then, I'm still leaning a little bit more bullish. That's the game plan. I've made it very, very simple. You really think banks are going to let this? Skyfox89 says, I enjoyed watching the hearing. Thank you. Awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's interesting. Whenever we start these hearings, going into it, I can see that the viewers on the live stream are increasing and people get excited. But most people, not to say this in a rude way, but most people have the attention span of a 5-year-old. So they can't actually sit and watch these kinds of events. And so I just see the viewers dropping off. It just is what it is, right? Someone says, Crypto Promise this week is already red. Yes, that's true, but this week was actually green at one point. And we talked about this in my group. If the 2018 simulation is to play out, this week can be red. Matt, did you see that Trump is selling access to his Truth Social posts early in the Discord? Most obvious insider trading of all time. Yeah, I mean, look at this, guys. I had it pulled up. It was... Trump media to sell faster access to President Trump's Truth Social posts, which will let traders and investors pay for real-time feed of Truth Social posts. Pretty insane. Gemma Gov says, I mean, most of the viewers stayed. Give us a little bit more credit than that. No, I'm talking mainly from the people that jump in and then jump out for these kinds of events. Gemma Gov, of course, I know that most of you guys stay. Tommy said, I'm the white whale. Are you actually the white whale? Because that guy launched a shit coin. Hey Matt, could you do a poll? Sub 60K first or 70K? Yeah, let's do it. I'll do a poll right now, legends. Let's do it. And if you haven't already, let's destroy that like button. No way we're at 20 likes. It should be at a couple hundred, right? We've been at it for 4 hours. Yeah, okay. Good morning, legends. Wow, I looked very tired when I started the live stream. Jeez. Okay. Anyways, that's what happens when you get me first thing in the morning. Let's do a poll. The thing is, we're at 63K, so that's not really fair if I say 60K or 70K. I'll do 60 or 66. Let's see it, legends. What comes first? What comes first? Do you ever want to come to the UK? Not particularly, to be honest. You know, I mean, I would visit, but I think I would keep it very low-key if I went to the UK to visit. I'm sure it's 66K first. Okay, interesting. We're getting pretty even, guys. This is a pretty even poll. This is a pretty even poll. But what is your thinking, Matt? So if you're in my premium group, you guys know exactly what I think. Exactly what I think. But I'll give you an update here. Basically, we are still technically in an uptrend, starting from the pivot low at $57,000. Within the community, we longed at $58,100. I took profits from this trade. I'm maintaining the rest of the position. I would only really add if we went lower. So until this breaks down, it's okay. But remember what we discussed. Relief rallies in bear markets are ugly, man. They are very, very ugly. They are choppy. They wreck both sides of the market. That's why I'm pretty particular with my entries, and then I just chill. So what I will say is, if we start losing the point of control, then I would expect deviation back down to the value area low of this range, which is around 60K, and that's where I would consider adding to my existing long. Because we saw similar price action in the previous range where we swept the value area low after getting into that value area high, and then we popped up significantly higher. So my higher time frame analysis remains exactly the same, and it's this. Basically, that we still can push up. This is what I'm hoping for, guys. But I need to be perfectly clear. It's what I'm gunning for. It's how I'm currently trading the market. But I could not care less if Bitcoin dumps, because I will make so much money on the way down. And if you're in my premium group, you know that we've been leaning short for literally months and months and months, mainly looking for shorts. So now that I have these very favorable shorts, if Bitcoin dumps, again, guys, I genuinely don't care, because my positions are protected in either direction. But I still think we can squeeze higher. I still do. Anarchist media, how long is this bull run? It's so draining. What? I'm not sure what you're talking about, but this is not a bull run. Someone says sweep of 83K and then we go back down. I don't think that will happen. That is most definitely not my base case. How's the poll looking? Wow, guys, 50-50. This is what I'm saying. And this is why you do not need to diddle in the middle. You can see here, normally there's a little bit of confidence in one direction. No one knows. No one knows. Luis Bustillo says, we might not get our 60K retest. And that's exactly why we entered long at 58,000. Because if we don't get the retest, I'm going to make 6 figures on the way up. Cloud9 Hostile. Hey Matt, looking at the heat maps, there's a lot of liquidity to 60K. Maybe makes more sense to sweep that first. That's actually what I'm looking for. I would prefer, if I could have anything to play out here, it would be this. But this does something like that, where we can actually sweep the 60K. Like if you're asking me what I want to happen, and remember guys, the market does not give a shit about what we want. But if you're asking me what I would like to see happen, it would be a sweep and a drop here. All the way down, give me a nice little move to sub 60, scare a lot of people. Everyone thinks, oh man, the next low is coming, and then we don't make the next low. I think that 57K low right now, for a little bit of time, probably a month, at least a few weeks, is safe. But let's see. My best case would be we grab this liquidity, I add to my long, compound into the long, then we pop up to the 2021 all-time high, then we drop further. Trula 30, everything is possible in trading, but it doesn't mean it will happen. Completely agree. Completely agree. The question is, what happens here? We're currently at this pivot. All I know is that I'm going to be taking my next big trade in the community, and it should be a good one. But let's see. What if this week, I love these questions because it's like, how many times have you guys heard me say I'm comfy? Someone asks, what if this week ends up green, Matt? What are you doing? Well, if this week ends up green, I will make money on the way up as I make money on the way down because we've entered the long in the community, guys. That's what happens, right? No big deal. I have areas where I'm looking to add to my trade. I've already entered both sides of the market. I am a little bit interested in Ethereum at this point, and this brings up someone's question because I saw, we came close. I saw someone mention ETH, and I think it could be interesting to talk about it. Mainly ETH Bitcoin, this pair. It's been looking pretty good over the past few days. Check it out. You can actually, guys, did you know that you can actually trade the ETH Bitcoin pair on Bluffin? Yes, you heard that right. Look at this. ETH BTC. You can trade the pair on Bluffin, and I've done it before. It's pretty great. So I might actually look to trade this on Bluffin as well. Guys, remember, you have the links in the description down below if you want to join. You get 25% off your trading fees, a $500 bonus. But I will probably look to trade this within my group as well. If you'd like to join the group, DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. It's where you trade with your own money. But what I was trying to get at here is I actually think that ETH might just have a good run in the next bull market. That's kind of why I'm looking at it. Because this, even though ETH made a new all-time high this cycle, it was largely like it was underwhelming, right? It was pretty underwhelming because we just grazed it. Keep in mind this is a weekly time frame. Maybe we do monthly. Right now we're getting rejected a little bit at that 200 week. So even if this does bleed a little bit lower, I think that this can likely create a macro higher low, which would mean that ETH could, in theory, outperform Bitcoin, regardless of Bitcoin's direction. This is why it's so important to try and look at your cryptocurrencies against Bitcoin. But we have to remember that this is still a downtrend. We hit higher time frame support back in April of 2025. Anarchist Media, do you have a lot of altcoin allocation? Does anyone want to answer Anarchist Media for me? What are my thoughts on altcoins? What has been my thoughts on altcoins for over a year now? Can you trade all of the weirdest assets on Bluffin? I mean, you can trade just about anything on Bluffin, which is why I like it so much, but I don't know what you mean by weird assets. Bullish 4-hour close on Bitcoin if it closes here or higher. Yeah, this would be a pretty good 4-hour close on Bitcoin if we close here. Absolutely. Look at this. Oh, I mean, we did close. We just closed, guys. Guys, that is a nice 4-hour candle for Bitcoin. We're right in between the point of control and the value area high of this range. You also traded Bitcoin dominance. I never saw that on any other exchange. Yeah, that's true. So, Legends, if you're new to the channel, in my group, I traded Bitcoin dominance. And the reason why this was a crazy trade is because Bitcoin dominance has basically just been going up since literally 2022. So right around here, somewhere here, I longed Bitcoin dominance on Bluffin. Yeah, you heard that right. Check it out. Bitcoin dominance. You can literally trade it on Bluffin. It's not only a great exchange, guys, but you can also join my group if you decide to sign up with me and you make this your go-to trading exchange. And I have other options below if you don't want to use bluffing, but I would highly recommend you join my group either way to get insights as to like how I'm operating in this market, especially when I'm not on the live stream, when I'm not filming YouTube content. I update my group when anything changes with my trades. Purchase media. Dang, am I muted? No, you're not muted, man. There's just a lot of comments coming in since I started talking, so I might have missed your comment. Christopher, you're a jokester, man. Great 4-hour candle for Bitcoin. I'm a pop cat whale. Oh my god. Matt, share your thoughts on XRP. I think XRP is a centralized shitcoin. Can it still get some upside in line with the broader market? Of course it can, right? But I in general, am not a fan of XRP. Sorry guys, I said it. Do you believe in the 1 year, instead of saying 365-day bear market, you could just say 1 year, my man. Same thing. Do you believe in the 1 year Bitcoin 4-year cycle, which pretty accurate though, 3 more months to go until exactly 365 days from the top? I don't think that it has to be the exact, like I don't believe in these exact numbers, but I do like the framework of it, mainly because it works. Like we've discussed, guys, every single relief rally we've been shorting, every single relief rally, influencers have been saying, we are so back, we are so back. And now my expectation is, although I think Bitcoin can climb higher and I'm happy in my long, I think we're gonna see the exact same thing. Influencers saying, we are so back. And what's gonna happen is everyone, not everyone, because people have stopped paying attention to crypto now, more people will jump in thinking we're back at like, if we make it to 70K. And then we'll reject, likely. That's my base case for now. If things change, I let you know as always in real time, especially in the community. But I think that it's a good framework. I think the 4-year cycle has been a great framework. And so the idea is you accumulate near potential bear market lows, not trying to get the exact day at the exact millisecond of the low, because then you risk just missing accumulation near the bottom. That's why within the community we've talked about sub 60K being the start of a decent accumulation zone, and we hit it. What levels are you willing to accumulate hype? Good question. Genuinely, guys, and I know this might sound crazy, but I think that we could potentially see hype in the 40s. And this is one to watch for the next bull market. So if we get anywhere remotely close to this zone and lower, I would be willing to buy some, for me personally. So how did you vote in the poll, Matt? 60 or 66K? Wow, this is insane. I think this is the closest we've ever had in terms of voting. By the way, guys, smash that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. We are almost at 20,000 subscribers. Actually, let's take an exact look. What are we at? Legends, 33 subs? We can do it. We can do it today, I think. To answer your question, Purchase Media, if I had to guess, if I had to pick a number, I would maybe say 61st, but it's not an easy one. It's pretty damn even. I don't feel like I have an edge on this poll. However, it makes sense that I say that because look how even it is, 47.53. Why don't you think Sol will perform like it did in the next bull run? Because I think that it's had its time in the sun. I don't think that Solana needs to do what it did last cycle. Mainly because if you measure it against Bitcoin, I just don't like this chart. I think it's had its run up. Look, this is a monthly chart of Solana against Bitcoin. Or maybe I'll throw it on the weekly. Since 2021, Solana has greatly outperformed Bitcoin. But I think all cryptocurrencies end up bleeding to Bitcoin. And you can see my drawing here. I think that what we'll likely see is if Bitcoin goes up, can Solana go up? Yes, but I would rather have my money in Bitcoin. I think that this is starting to round out. We've created higher highs, and now over here, we've essentially created a lower high for the first time in a while. But then one could argue, well, what if this is a higher low, right? What if we create a higher low and then this pivots again? Maybe. But I'm okay with this, to be honest. I don't want to allocate my money to something that I think will likely continue to bleed against Bitcoin. Bro, which mic do you use for your stream? It really depends. I have like 4 different locations where I stream and record my content. Most of the time it's a Shure microphone. However, when I am here, this is I believe it's an Elgato Wave 3. And I have like the little stand where I can move the mic around, so it's pretty good. You can't see it because I have the Bluffin promotion, but if I remove the Bluffin promotion, 1 second, you'll probably be able to see it. Image. See this mic up here? I can move it back and forth. Four different safe houses, exactly. Reiner the Flow Artist asks me, do you know other traders that are more profitable than you? Would you say you're the most profitable trader on YouTube? Probably not, guys. I'm just a guy that does his own thing. I trade the market that's right in front of me. I would imagine that there's some guy that's way more profitable than I am, probably. But when it comes to that kind of stuff, you get to a point where you're content with how you operate in the market. And I'm very, very pleased with my own performance over the bear market, shorting every relief rally. And of course, it's a little bit more difficult when you have an audience because there's just more eyeballs on you, but I can't complain. At the end of the day, are you content with how you're doing? And I'm very, very content. So when it comes to overall profitability, I don't really compare myself to others. Yeah. So to answer your question, there's probably some guy out there that's way more profitable than I am. There's probably multiple people. But at the end of the day, the question you have to ask yourself is, am I profitable? Period. And the answer is, yes, I am profitable. Do you speak French, Patrick? Yes. Le français, c'est ma langue maternelle. French was my first language, guys. Matt, when there's an exact, then there is no exact in trading. Do you agree? I'm not sure what I think I know what you're trying to say. But yeah, there are no exacts, there are no certainties in trading. Is MindPillar your own website? So I work directly with MindPillar, and we are building out this platform for you guys. This is where you'll be able to get access to basically investment tools, trading tools, and right now it is completely free and you can access it with the link in my description down below if you'd like to go there. However, I will say that in the coming days and weeks, you will have to be trading with any of these platforms to get access to the tool. So I'm just letting you guys know, it still requires you to just trade with your own money as always. But yeah, we're building this out into being a very, very good tool that only my community members will be able to access in the coming weeks. Let's go through some more comments, guys. Dancing Diamond Jeweler, it's too good to be true. My man, you can go through all of my YouTube videos. You can go through my community. Yeah, what can I say? Disagree. Soul New Narrative RWA. That's fair, guys. You can feel free to disagree with me. It's great to have different opinions. Perfect. Just letting you know how I operate, right? We all have our own opinions in this market. Matsuri, you are one of the best at trading. I've been in crypto since 2022. I follow different teachers and I have made great losses. I had courses on Udemy until I met you. I'm very glad that you have turned those losses hopefully into wins. I'm very glad that I've been able to help you. And I'm just going to keep on doing what I'm doing. Dancing Diamond Jewelers says cap. I think a lot of people that are in my community can attest to the fact that this is not cap. I'd love to see an order book, iceberg order features. I don't know if it's possible, just some thoughts. Okay. Matt, I saw in Hype exchange wallets making $40 million per trade, and they're getting funding in 6 figures. Yeah, guys, if you go through like some of the Hype traders, there's people that are making $40 million often. Huge traders, huge, way bigger than I am, way bigger, way bigger. I'm never going to claim to be the biggest trader in the world. I'm never going to claim to be the most profitable trader in the world. All I know is that I am profitable, and that's it. And I share everything within my community and on the YouTube channel. Dancing Diamond Jewelers. I do agree that the amount of followers you have on YouTube is completely irrelevant to how profitable you are. Absolutely, man. It's a good mic, but we need to fix your tunes. Ignore me, I'm a musician. Krypton Dawn. Yeah, the thing is, I continue to have difficulties with the music because of the non-copyright aspect of it, right? Good for you personally, but overall cap with a cap. I mean, I'm not capping, guys. I don't know if you're new to the channel, Dancing Diamond Jewelers, but what can I say, guys? Go through my shit. It's fine. Hi Matt. Since I opened a Bluffin account with your link, I make almost 3% daily. Mate, I appreciate your time and effort. There you go. Absolutely awesome. Love to hear it. He's the most profitable that I've found. Guys, I promise you that I've had some losing trades, and all of them are shared in my group. I promise you I've had some losing trades. I actually shorted Zcash and I lost around 60K on my Zcash trade. That was shared within my community as well. I'm telling you guys, I don't only win. Lately, we've been absolutely crushing it with the swing shorts in this bear market, and then more recently taking on my long at around $58,000. It was a great entry, and I will maintain this position. But there will be losses along the way. Of course there will be. Just going through some comments. Dear Mathieu, first of all, thank you for your live streams. I have a question. Do you trade any high volatility coins or meme coins? In a bull market, I'm happy to be a little bit more of a degen when it comes to that kind of stuff. I've shorted a lot of shit coins, but right now, not really. What do you think about gold? Legends, gold is still hovering right above a region that I've been eyeing for quite some time. Check this out. We have 3,886. I would like to see us tap into this level. Bro, you have surpassed 4,000 watch time on YouTube. Sweet. What else? Toby's Edge says, less stress, more profit since I joined Matt. That's probably that's probably because of me taking on a lot less trades, right? I'm pretty selective about my trades. Do you play PS5 games? I used to play a lot of video games when I was younger. Now I really don't, unless I'm with a bunch of buddies and we have nothing better to do. I like playing together in person, mainly FIFA. Matsur, will you ever teach a trading course in the Emirates? That would be really cool. Maybe at some point, but I don't have any plans for that for now, at least. So Bitcoin is kind of getting a nice move here. We can see that on the 4-hour time frame, we've effectively had a very nice 4-hour candle. Are there anybody here successfully shorting Bitcoin from over 100K and still keeping the position now? That would be a great thing to flex about. I mean, I am one of those people, guys. I am one of those people that shorted Bitcoin right below $100,000. But I also entered a short at 123. That position was fully closed. Matsur, you don't ever want this FIFA smoke. Mr. Wolf, I promise you, you're not ready. You're not ready. Bro, why don't you play Nefex? They are copyright free and many gamers use that music for montage or gameplays, and those musics are actually good. Just try it once. All right, sounds good. Thank you, Chula30. I'm going to take a screenshot of that, maybe for next time. Hey, do you use isolated or are you in cross? I am in cross, guys, but as you know, I have said multiple times that if you're a new trader, I would stick to isolated. Cross is risky if you don't have your stop losses in place. Thanks, Matt. You're one of the most transparent, hardworking, and genuinely helpful people on YouTube. You're here to help people, not just sell courses. Exactly, man. I mean, I don't even have a course, but some of you have been asking. Maybe I do create one at some point, but for now, that's that. And to be perfectly clear, Legends, I don't think that there's anything wrong with people that sell courses, especially if the course is valuable. You know, you're selling a product. That's online business, right? But right now I don't have a course. Matsir at MindPillar makes it possible to monitor live volume, which helps scalping. Absolutely. Guys, yes, I work directly with MindPillar. Thanks. Thank you. Legends, I work directly with MindPillar. So you can see here, we're building out this website for you. Sooner or later, it will require a sign up, but for now, feel free to use it. Make the course, I would buy it. I'll let you know if I ever make a trading course, Legends. How long have you been a part of MindPillar? Guys, we've been working with each other like forever, for years now. I just don't really talk about it. If you go to my channel, for example, you can see my banner. I'm with MindPillar, Legends. I could have had like a MindPillar thing, but I wanted my own CBM brand. I closed the SFP around 63, left for a few runners. Nice. Matsir, are you going to add more features in MindPillar? Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. Sorry, guys. A lot of questions coming in now. Let me just get through them. Why don't you trade on MEXC? I think I mentioned this before in another live stream, but I know some people that had multiple 6 figures on MEXC and got their funds frozen. So I am not a fan of MEXC personally. I prefer trading on Bluffin. I trust Bluffin, and trust is a big thing, right? So if you want to join and trade on Bluffin with all the features that I'm using, remember you have the second link in the description down below. You get 25% off your fees. It's where I trade, and it gives you access to my community as well if you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram after signing up. And we have other options down below. Some of you guys prefer Kraken, to each their own. If you're already trading on Kraken, we can get you transferred under my referral, which is quite easy to do. Just DM me on Telegram. You don't even need to create a new Kraken account. Gold, still not at the level. Macron almost hit the level. Stock market looks pretty okay today, to be honest. So far. Why do I feel stressed trading altcoins when... Because, guys, you feel more stress trading altcoins than Bitcoin because Bitcoin is more reliable to trade. That's why. Why do you think most of the time 8 out of 10 of my trades are on Bitcoin compared to altcoins? Because Bitcoin is more reliable to trade. There's more liquidity. It respects the price action. There's less manipulation with Bitcoin. That's why. I learned about you from Andy and Devault when you all lived together. We never actually lived together. We all have our own spots around the world, actually. You know, Devault is in South Africa. Andy is in Spain. And I'm in Dubai. Although Andy, we did have a little bit of a reunion. We should do that again. That was fun. And I visited Andy in Spain for a week, so that was fun. Recently, actually, end of June. Bro made it seem like you were sharing the same bed. Yeah, guys, we weren't roommates. We all have our own lives and partners and... Mr. Wolf says, that's cool AF. I need some real crypto bros. Shit gets lonely in the trenches. Absolutely, man. And some of you were asking me, why are you even doing these long live streams? What's the point? The point is, I get to analyze the markets, I get to chat with you guys, we get to trade the market together, I get to share my thesis with people. And it's fun to do that. It's great, man. It's great. That's why I do what I do. Trading alone is, you know, if you're isolated, it's not an easy thing to do. So that's why I do what I do. Also, it helps you out, because otherwise what I would realistically, guys, just to give you insight as to how I operate. If I did not do the live streams and I did not have my trading community, I would probably trade the market, just do my regular swing trades and hang out with friends all day, and that's it. And I did have a period where I was doing that. It was great. However, one, my other friends have jobs. Two, you need something to work towards. People talk about trading and making money, and it's great to make money because it provides you freedom to be able to do what you want to do with your time. But why not help others, right? Why not do my best to help others trade this market while I'm at it? So that's why I do what I do. I really admire your work and hope you consider this. Have you considered using trading activity and volume instead of portfolio size? Someone with 100K may trade once a week, while someone with 10K may trade high every day volume. Yes, absolutely. I have considered that. And right now, just to give you guys an update, especially if you're in my community, I have a priority folder, which is people that are trading with $25,000. Then I have another priority folder with 100,000 and another one with over 500,000. We do have a couple of millionaires in the group that are trading. And these priority folders just let me filter through active traders, and so I can have more impact when I answer people on Telegram DMs. Now, we tried to measure this with like, it basically measures volume and stuff like that, but it's very difficult to do. And I do agree that there's some people that are trading a lot more that trade with less capital, and so we'll look to implement that in a clever way. I just don't know how. Matt, you're my crypto bro. Juventus, you're my crypto bro. Cue the bearish Trump tweet after the stock market closes to nuke Bitcoin. Purchase media. Yeah, how many times have we seen that, right? Can you start a folder for 5K traders too? Unfortunately not, guys. When I started my group, and this is the group that you hear me promote all the time. When I started this group, because basically the group is all my own analysis and personal messages. There is no chatting because it's technically a group where you trade with your own money. So the thing is, if you create a group with chats and you create a group with payments and stuff like that, then it adds more pressure on me. So this group is a way for me to share my insights, and if you want to trade with your own money and join, you can. So it's a win-win in my opinion. When I started my group, I was answering everyone's personal DMs on Telegram, but it's just not feasible anymore. Then my priority folder was 10K plus. Then it was 25K plus. And I would imagine that this is just going to continue, because the more people join the group, the more likely it is that people join with more capital, right? So unfortunately, that's the way to manage it by impact. That being said, I've talked about this multiple times on Telegram. If I might read messages on my Telegram and not actually answer them, but if I see the same reoccurring questions in my Telegram DMs and you're part of my community, what I try to do is I'll address that to the group as a whole, so everyone gets the benefit of hearing what I have to think about something that keeps on coming up in my DMs. So that's the way I've kind of circumvented that. Culverized crypto. Yes, I remember you messaging me on Telegram. I will get back to your message shortly. Actually, I'll message you right now. This is me messaging you. I do have a team that helps me with my messages, but I will message you right now. And if you're trading with over 100K, then I can get you obviously fee discounts on Bluffin and stuff like that. I've just messaged you Culverized, by the way. Where do you see Bitcoin moving in the next few hours? In the next few hours, right now, this is a strong pivot because we've reclaimed the point of control and the value area low. So I think that perhaps we get a push here, but this value area high, sorry, did I say value area low? The anchored VWAP and the point of control. This value area high will likely pose as tricky resistance if we're gonna confirm this. But right now it looks like we're trying to hold this zone. I am part of your premium group. Thank you for your guidance. My pleasure. Bro, what do you do whole after taking a trade? Like I get bored after taking a trade because I have to wait and I get bored, so I doom scroll. I wanna know what you do. Trula30, you wanna know what I do? When I'm not trading, I play football. I play tennis. I go to the gym. I hang out with friends and family. I read books. Like, I definitely avoid doom scrolling. I'm telling you, that is a surefire way to just destroy your attention span. I've been making a conscious effort to not doom scroll. It's very, very easy to get stuck in that habit. But I occupy myself doing productive things or things I like to do. And that's it, right? That's it. I entered a huge Bitcoin long, says Ilio Teardrop, with a $5 voucher. Legends, I just got some lunch. I have some salmon. I will be eating some salmon on camera. Hope you guys don't mind. I love salmon. Is there a way for you to see the trades of the people in your community? I know you don't need it, but just curious to see the trades. Absolutely not. So, if you're asking about the whole UID thing, basically the information that I ask when you join is just information for me to be able to see that you signed up with my referral. And that's basically it. I can't see your trades, guys. It's impossible for me to do that. That's all private with the exchanges. Have you ever tried BTC prediction on Kalshi? No, I have not. Are you doing it? Trump Media considers charging traders and investors up to $100,000 per month for faster access to Trump's Truth Social post. I have to be honest, guys. If it provides insider information and this is somehow legal and it provides insider information that I can act on and not just like a millisecond before everyone knows, I would probably try it out for 1 month just to see. Just keeping it real. Matt is a market maker. I mean, I wish, but I'm not. Enjoy your food. Thank you very much. I'll try not to chew too loud on camera. I know my mic is right here, but we need that Mind Pillar tutorial, mate. Alejandro, I will do my best to get that sorted. Where do you guys see Bitcoin moving in the next few hours? Nick Tooney, can you explain the lines on the chart? On this chart, so this is a previous pivot high that I had marked out, and you can see we got strong reactions at. This was at around $61,900. I just haven't updated it, but you can clearly see we've gotten a strong reaction at this level every single time. Then I have this pivot here at 62.7. Then I have this previous high wick, which you can see posed as resistance before Bitcoin came back down. Then I have this high at $64,700, which again, we just about grazed. And then $65,600 is the more important one. This was what I shared in my community, guys. We had a lot of community members that DM'd me saying that they went short based on my analysis. I was looking for a scalp if we were to sweep $65,600. But we didn't. We missed it by $30. And so therefore I didn't enter that trade. But TP2 is already hit. It almost hit TP3. This was already a 3-for-1 risk to reward. It was a great trade. I just unfortunately didn't get the entry that I was looking for. Check this out, guys. We front ran my level massively. You should have $1 billion to be a market maker, and Matt is so poor. He only has a few million. So sad. Yeah, I definitely don't have the capital to be a market maker. Did you check on Binance to see if it hit that level? I don't use the Binance chart. I feel a sense of peace when trading whenever you go live. That's awesome. Such a great advantage. I'm happy I can provide that peace. Nice. Manny, if you see Bitcoin moving in the next few hours, where do you see Bitcoin moving in the next few hours? We've answered that question before, and if you ask it one more time, unfortunately, I'm going to have to put you in timeout. We don't tolerate spam in the chat. Then we have I actually prefer looking at the Bybit chart, and I trade on Bluffin. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but to me, that's what I do. What is for lunch? Salmon, some crackers, and some cheese. Will we know today if Clarity Act passes? No, we won't. If you want to go back, Sebas, I think you're new to the stream. We watched the coverage. They had a little committee discuss it. Manny, I answered your question, my man. But I basically said, right now it looks like we're trying to hold a low here because of these 4-hour candle closes. So it wouldn't surprise me if we can get a move up to the value area high of our range. Damn, you're way healthier than me. Guys, you gotta eat good food. I'm also going to the gym after the live stream, so I need to fuel. Patrick says, how much do you receive percentage commission Bluffin? Yeah, guys, all of the links in the description down below, I'm fully transparent about that too. If you scroll down, you can see. I earn a tiny commission, but it's where I trade, so I have no issue sharing it because it's where I trade. We've talked about this before. Thank you. Bro, Bro, my country tax on crypto is 30%, and if you hide the crypto, it goes up to 75%. Trula, where are you from? Oh man, that's crazy. That is crazy. Bro, when will you end your stream? Do you guys want me to end the stream? Is that why? Hey guys, it's Friday. If you tell me to leave and end the stream, I will end the stream. I'm happy to stay live. It's nice. Bitcoin's getting a little bit of a bounce here. Legends, all the trades that you're seeing here were shared within my community. If you want to join the community, remember, just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. I'd be happy to add you into my group. Again, you're trading with your own money on any of these exchanges and you're good to go. You're not paying me to join the community. That's not how it works. Do you cook on your own or mostly takeout? Well, when I visit family, I usually don't cook, which is nice. But when I am in Dubai, I typically order healthy meals and like high protein meals. They have a lot of services like that over there, and I am someone that maximizes my time, and so I don't really enjoy cooking that much. I love eating a great meal, but I don't enjoy cooking that much. I'd rather spend my time doing other things and just get healthy food in me. I'm watching your live streams in the gym. My man. Thanks for everything, Metzger, and enjoy your weekend, legends. Mr. Wolf, let's go. Enjoy your weekend, man. Nino says, Matt, I have 2 trade boxes, a 59K long, a 69K short. I don't touch anything in between. Good job, man. In the sense of, I like how you respect it and you just don't diddle in the middle. How many times have you guys heard me say, don't diddle in the middle? You have your levels, and until your level is not hit, you don't trade. That's it. Why did you decide to live in the UAE? A couple of reasons, as we discussed. Basically, there's a lot of like-minded individuals, successful people there, that I want to surround myself with on all fronts of life, not just business, not just making money, but health and fitness as well. It's a great, great place to be. And on top of that, of course, the tax benefits. All the trades that you're seeing here, when I cash out, I don't pay taxes. If I was in Canada, that would be the case, unfortunately. So for me, it's worth it. But I only really moved there when I was already making a really good amount of capital. How much time a year do you need to spend in Dubai to be considered a resident? I don't know what the exact rule is, but I'm pretty sure like 6 months. You have to set foot in there every 6 months. Something like that. Anyways. Do you find it's competitive in the UAE with traders, or are people pretty chill and not ego-driven? There's a lot. There is a good amount of ego in the UAE, but. it's, you know, you take the good and the bad, right? Massive offense Trump just now. Do you train legs? Obviously, guys, you have to train legs. Sorry. Massive offense Trump just now, says Samir. What does that mean? Did Trump say something again? Let's look at our friend Walter. What was the closing price already of the simulation for the same week last bear? Trying to find the video, but I don't know. It's not about the closing price. It's just the idea of the candle being red. We swept the low from the beginning of the year, and then we had two green candles. And now this week, it looks like it could be red, although right now at this point, it could be anything. It's hard to predict. Luis says Kobayashi. Next trade is going to be in the community legends, as always. The Trump administration. Huh. Good day, Matt. How's the TA going? It's going well. Is rent expensive in Dubai? Yes. Yes, it is. Matt, any comment on the SpaceX dump happening? Not really, because this is in line with our expectations. We talked about the fact that SpaceX would get a nice rally at its launch, like right around that launch. And we traded this. I entered along at like 175, took most of my profits at basically the top. I took most of my profits at 220, and the rest of the trade got stopped out at break even. This was shared within the community, and it was actually on the live stream as well. Now I think that over the long term, this is going to be a good stock. But you know, $1 trillion in valuation is a lot. So I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine as to like how low this can go. Ultimately, I would look to pick some up because I think that it can continue, say over the next decade, continue to go up. I heard Andy saying you and the guys are thinking this could potentially go all the way to 67K. Chef Money, I'm actually open to the idea of going above 70K, actually. So, yeah. It might sound crazy. Maybe it happens with a pullback. But I think that this can actually push up before creating a more significant bottom. That's why I went long in the community at 58. Matt, what was your hardest lesson that you learned during your trading journey? I guess the lesson of risk management, because I had to lose a lot for it to finally click. Yeah, if we hit 70K, I think a lot of people would get excited again. I do. And then I think that that's the perfect time to just rug pull people again. The Bitcoin weekly candle does look pretty awkward, eh? We pumped, we dumped. Now we're just sitting here. How much money did you lose before you started making money constantly? I've said this before, guys, but before I made my first $10,000 trading, I lost thousands of dollars. Before I made my first $100,000 trading, I lost tens of thousands of dollars. Before I made my first $1 million trading, I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. So along the way, I've always lost some money to get to higher stages. It's just part of the process. But it took me a few years to actually become profitable. And then it's just about following risk management, knowing when to size in, when to sit out, and ultimately I think that swing trading is very helpful for this. PSBLN, I am in your Telegram group. Should I chat with your bot to get into your folder? Just say, hey, I'm trading with, for example, X amount of capital, could I be in your priority folder? And I'll check it myself if my team members don't already add you to the folder. No stress. Or you could choose to chat with the AI bots. I mean, either way, we're still working on that a little bit, so bear with me. It does look like an pretty awkward weekly candle, doesn't it? Was your portfolio 6 or 7 figures when you quit your media job? Yes. The answer is yes. Or are you asking me if it was 6 or 7 figures? It was 6. It was still 6. Matt, thanks because I'm learning from your mistakes and losses for free and avoid us big losses. You are the best. Thank you, man. I appreciate your comments, and I hope that you guys can learn from my mistakes. Yeah. 6, Luis, 6. And it, yeah, mid 6, not low 6. Nate, the hardest lesson I've learned was proper risk management, because you lose money along the way, and then when you don't follow proper risk management, you end up losing way more money than you could afford to lose. That was the hardest lesson. Today open is 60,800. Let's make it green. Today open is $60,800. Guys, I'm not sure I'm not sure if I understand that question. Today, we did not hit 60,000, guys. Oh, 61,800. Oh, 63. Sorry. Brother, which camera do you use? I've recently gotten a better camera, and I have a lens attached to it as well. It's an FX30, Sony FX30. So I think it's a couple K, but it's totally worth it. Will you short at $60,000? Absolutely not. No. No. Thomas Davidson, how did you celebrate when you made your first million? I didn't do anything. A nice dinner, standard stuff. Holding my short from $65,400, stop loss and profit. I hope the liquidity on the 30-day pulls us down so I can flip back into a long. Yeah, I don't know. Like you pointed out, Purchase Media, it's a weird weekly candle, right? On the 7-day, we're pretty damn even. We do have a lot of liquidity piling up to just below 66K, which is interesting. Now let's see how the poll is looking, guys. How's the poll looking? Unreal. Unreal, guys. That is, I don't know if I've ever seen a perfect 50-50 on the poll. Oh, someone changed it. MU is ripping. I know, it did not hit my level, so I did not enter. Do you think Bitcoin starts going down till October after this month FOMC? So what I would say is that relief rallies can actually last into August. So it could get ugly, and then we could potentially continue higher afterwards. I would love to see a short-term flush where I would add to my existing long, and then I would build out my shorts even more if we do get that relief to higher. So basically, if you go to the last bear markets, around this time, the relief rally has topped out even sometimes mid-August. Go to 2018, and oh, that's why my drawings aren't there. Go to 2018, and we topped out end of July. So what I would say is keep your eyes out for end of July, beginning of August. We're halfway through July. Right? If it's 2022, then maybe we top out midway through August. We're in a window of strength for Bitcoin, is what I'm trying to say. Trula, I just answered your question. I will not short 60K. That would be silly in my opinion, because I'm already in a short from 80. The polls show exactly what the market is right now. True. Getting chopped out. Trula, stop asking that question. I told you. DeFi Crypto Bros, are you looking at a short with Zcash? Potentially, yes. I have been eyeing that one. And when I decide to take a trade on that one, again, you guys will know within my community. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram and you'll be able to join that community. Guys, if I take a trade on the weekend or if something happens, I always share it in my group. I can't always just flick on the camera, right? We've been at it for over 5 hours. How are we doing on subs? Almost there. 23 subs. Can we get to 20,000 subscribers today is the question. How much did your setup cost? My setup. Oh, my filming setup. Standard desk, good monitor, decent chair. Like a few K. It's not like a $50,000 studio setup. Although I might look to do something crazy like that. But right now, it works. Did you come from a rich family? Absolutely not. Matt, we traders really need a streamer like you, so if we get a huge loss, we support each other. Taking a trade just by looking at previous movements sounds crazy to me. Why would it repeat? Shouldn't there be different dynamics involved? Yes, I completely agree. If you just take it based on the previous price action, that's silly. But part of trading is being able to understand and recognize patterns. And that 2018 pattern was very, very clear. But to be perfectly honest, the entry was not because, oh, 2018 did this, therefore I'm longing. That's not how it works. We swept the 2024 value area low, which was going to be a pivotal zone for Bitcoin. We also took a look at the confluence when I entered my Bitcoin long, and there was tons of long liquidity to be grabbed with shorts starting to jump in. So from a liquidity perspective, along with the fact that we were also trending towards the 200-week moving average, all made for a great case to go long at this zone. Then you say, okay, historically in 2018, we did get that summer relief rally, and historically, we do see relief in summers, in bear markets. So all of that leads me to take a trade. Not just 2018, this happened, therefore I trade. That's not how it works, right? It's Will Anderson said, took a long at 371 on Zcash and that thing printed. Absolutely amazing, man. You're a legend. I struggle to long altcoins in a bear market. Do you own or rent that house? Greg, as discussed earlier, I'm currently visiting some family, so this is not my house. Matt, 64.5K is big resistance. Can we break it to move to 65.5 and reject again? It's totally possible. So 64.5K. 64.5K. Yeah, like this is, then you're getting into this zone where we've wicked multiple times and it coincides with the value area high of this range. But now we're popping up, guys. We're popping up. $64K, here we come. $64K, here we come. Do you trade altcoins or only Bitcoin? I trade both, but I would say that 8 out of 10 of my trades are on Bitcoin because Bitcoin is more reliable to trade. Legends, if you want to join the community where I take this trade, where I took my Bitcoin long, where I've taken my Bitcoin shorts in this bear market, remember, just click the first link in the description down below, DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, and you'll be able to join my private group where I share all of my own trades and my overall market analysis. You're trading with your own money on any of these exchanges. You're not paying me to join. You get to trade with your own capital. That's how my group works. But nice move up. The candle is green now. The weekly candle is green. Let's see. Boom! 64K. Wow. Got a little bit of bullish CVD divergence on the 5-hour time frame, which played out. Now let's see if we get bearish. When do you feel confident enough to ramp up the leverage on a trade? I don't do that, guys. Leverage is irrelevant. It's the capital that you're using. So when I feel more confident in a trade, instead of using 1 or 2% of my trading portfolio on a swing trade we're talking about, that's when I start using 3 to 5% of my trading portfolio, irrespective of leverage. Now are we getting a little bit of a rejection here? Matt, my friend, first TP hits. Congratulations to you, Trula. Love to hear it. Bum, bum, bum. Legends, remember, if you're looking to see how I am personally trading this market on a day-by-day, week-by-week basis, like my swing long trade that I entered at $58,000, or all my swing shorts that I've been constantly talking about, I am preparing for a next big trade in this market. I do think that we will be getting a good opportunity. Make sure to join the first link in the description down below. Make sure to join my community. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you'll be able to join. It's a group where you trade with your own money. If you don't want to join, no worries, but don't be surprised if I come on a live stream and I say, hey guys, we took a new trade within the community. Don't be pissed. because I didn't share it on the live stream, because sometimes the price action that I look for happens when I'm not live streaming. Yash, how high do you see the relief rally going? As we discussed, I'm looking for something like this. I would not be surprised if we make it to the 2021 all-time high at 69K at some point, maybe even above 70. But I ultimately do think it trends lower afterwards. And maybe it doesn't have to happen like this. Maybe we chop around and it's just... I've been trading with MEXC for years. I saw it was on your list. Can I still join? Unfortunately not. We don't have MEXC as an option. And honestly, I'm a little bit worried with MEXC because, like I said, I've had some friends with multiple six figures getting accounts literally frozen on MEXC. So, I mean, you can trade on there if you'd like to, but I don't recommend it personally. I guess if you're trading with a little bit less capital, then it's fine. But even then, I'm just, yeah. The riser 174, weak volume, open interest is low. Yeah, volume is starting to decline here a little bit. Still pretty close with the votes, guys. Still pretty close. Let's see if we can get to 400 likes, Legends, because there's over 400 voters. So why can't we get to 400 likes? We've had a pretty solid live stream today, I have to say. We watched the Clarity Act discussion. I thought it was pretty intriguing. And it's a nice Friday evening, or Friday afternoon, I should say. Part of me wants to enter maybe a cheeky short again. I don't know. With the volume declining like this, it's not the best, you know. Let's see what CVD is saying. Because we could be forming some bearish CVD divergence. Because we had some longs jumping in. Check this out. We have a high here at 2 p.m. And then we have more longs jumping in on Bybit US dollar tether. And the price has not been able to claim this high yet. So if we don't claim the high, we could be locking in some bearish CVD divergence, and therefore it would suggest that price could get at least a little bit of a retracement. This is on the 15-minute charts. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I would recommend that you take a screenshot of this if you haven't already. It's a very simple cheat sheet for CBD. When are you live until? I don't know. I feel pretty good. We've been at it for... This is the thing. If we watch a live event together, I feel as if I have a little bit more energy throughout the stream because for like an hour or two, I'm not talking, right? But if we just do a live stream where we're just chatting and chatting, then yeah, after 4 or 5 hours, I'm knackered. But right now we're at 5.5. We'll probably go to 6.5. Let's see. Let's see how we feel. Let's see if we get any interesting price action. Let's see if I can get into a trade of some sort, maybe. The riser, tons of liquidity, 62.5. Yes, but there's also a lot of liquidity right above us. Pretty even here. Are you still expecting us to go to 60K? I don't know if you watched the majority of the live stream I'm in, but I am in the long position for higher. And it's if we get 60K, then I would consider adding to my long. Otherwise, I'm happy sitting in my trade. Dear Metzger, why do you have meditation music in the background? This isn't meditation music. It's chill, but I couldn't meditate to this. Matt, do you prefer Reels or TikTok or YouTube Shorts? Guys, short form content is brain rot. I try to avoid it at all costs. Let's see, guys. We're chopping out here a little bit. We have a little bit of liquidity right at above 64.2. I see we could potentially form some bearish CVD divergence here if we can't make a new high. So if that's the case, we could expect potentially a little bit of a retrace. Maybe we push higher after, but I will let you know. I will let you know, as always, in my group if I decide to take a new trade. It's likely that I do take a new trade relatively soon, so if you'd like to join before I take my new trade, please remember, you just need to DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. I would like to see a little bit of a push up here. What does the 1 hour look like? We're so on, bro. Gemma Gov, call me crazy, but I think we might rally. Let's see. Let's see. The one concerning sign that I have is we're seeing a lot of longs jumping in here. And so I don't want to discredit the possibility of us just sweeping up these highs and then just dropping. particularly on the CVD, we can see where the liquidity lies. Have you tried sashimi? Of course, I love sashimi. Someone said, Culverized crypto, I'll get back to you with a voice message shortly after the live stream. DGB, it's easy to spell. We are seeing the volume drop, legends. The volume is dropping, longs have entered. I would like to see a little squeeze higher, right? To just give me this, right? Right here. Local trend line tap right now. Hyperliquid pumped last month. Why didn't Aster follow? Because Hyperliquid is better than Aster by far. Every weekend moves price up lately. Have you tried? With high degree of certainty, 58K isn't going to be the bottom. Culverized crypto, I tend to agree with you. I don't think that 58K is the bottom. We entered long in the community at 58K because it was just a great long setup. But I don't think that it's the bear market bottom. In fact, I still have my massive Bitcoin shorts. That's how confident I am right now. But we have to see because the relief rally scenario could continue to be on. Right? See, normally this could have been a pretty decent SFP zone, but because we're just kind of hovering around here, I would much prefer having a wick and then a drop, but we're not getting that right now. So it's best, in my opinion, to not overtrade here, particularly if you're positioned from lower and higher, I should say. Yamal is back. Yamal is back. All right, so as we wait for Bitcoin to hopefully get a little bit of interesting price action to be able to determine whether or not I can take a trade, let me ask you guys, what are your plans for this weekend? Tell me your weekend plans. And in the meantime, Daniel asks, what determines a good SFP? Is it the time frame, multiple confirmations, or the levels wicked? All of them, except it really depends how aggressive you want to be. You don't need to wait for multiple confirmations. If it's a very important level and we just sweep the level, it's good enough for an entry. Yamal says, I'm back, baby. I'm short. Nice. Talha. Are you bullish on the AI sector long term? Yes. Yes. I'm having a cookout tomorrow. Gemma Gov, that sounds amazing. Super sweet film is surfing all day. Incredible. In the community, we talked about Macron, and I want to see us tap into the anchored VWAP for me to consider taking on a new trade on this one. So that should answer another question from Kelvin asking me, do I trade crypto and stocks? The answer is yes. For the most part though, with the stock market, I do the common approach of dollar cost averaging into the S&P 500, particularly with some of my trading profits. But when it comes to trades, I have started to diversify a little bit more with stocks, individual stocks. Cooking ribs, nice. Watch Argentina win the World Cup, says Luke Draco. That would be pretty insane. I'm going to be with some buddies and we're going to watch that game together for sure. Matt, if you research, then AI sector can fuel the Bitcoin rally. I don't think that this is the case. I am bullish on both long term. Someone says work weekend is Monday and Tuesday. Interesting. Different schedule then, I guess. Yeah, I was looking at a short here, but this is not where I want to go with this. Not at all. My next trade will be shared within the premium group Legends. If you want to join, DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. You'll get access to that group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. I think it's mostly important that you're in there because not only do I share my analysis when I buy spot and these kinds of things, but also when I am not on the live stream, when I'm not publishing YouTube content on the weekend, when something happens in the market in the evening and I'm with my girlfriend and I see a really good trade setup, I enter the trade and I just share it in the group. So if you want to know when I decide to do that, you have the first link in the description down below. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group. We have all these options for you to be able to join. More recently, we've added Kraken as an option for those of you that prefer that. And if you already have an account, no worries. We can sort it out where you're able to actually just keep your account. You don't have to make a new account to join the community. Right now, we're just hovering at around that $64,000 level. Macron hasn't really hit the anchored VWAP yet. And yeah, that's what we're currently looking at. If the stock market begins to violently crash, could we see money go into Bitcoin and Bitcoin skyrockets? If you're talking about this year, probably not. Probably not. Because what you'll notice this year is the stock market pumps and Bitcoin's pumps have been underwhelming. But when the stock market really properly dumps, Bitcoin's dumps take the lead, let's say. So I don't think that that would be the case. I think if the stock market dumps, it's not because it's going to be some violent rotation of capital into Bitcoin. It wouldn't be my base case. Did you hear about Trump's new Truth Social API? Yes, I did. Taryn, my man, what a legend, man. What an absolute legend. Yes, I did hear about it. $100,000 a month to pay for Trump's insider trading. Sounds like a great time. I wonder if it actually gives you proper insights or if it's just going to be some nonsense that gives you insights 1 millisecond before the news actually comes out and you can't actually take action on it. If it's legal and you have the money for it, why not? What will you do if Macron hits the anchored VWAP? Will you short or long? Luke Draco, I'm pretty sure that you're in my premium community. So you should know this by now. I'm like 90% sure that you're in my community. So it makes me sad that you're asking that question. Alejandro, still at my wife's family's country house in southern Sweden for the next couple of weeks, hoping to catch some sweet Bitcoin action and put the cherry on top of this vacation. My man, I hope that we can catch some sweet Bitcoin action together. Yeah, this is a no trade zone for me. You know, normally if you get a level like this, like 64 is pretty pivotal, but you want to see the reaction quickly. Here, this is more consolidation, which tells me no trade. Matt, do you believe in buy everything asset have no top, fiat have no bottom? I believe in math because banks always print new money. To make it as simple as possible, yes. Like long term, yes. I am in the Telegram community but never see those posts. Maybe I am missing something. So it was in the Telegram community, guys. Sometimes I provide exclusive video updates as well. And it was one of those updates where I talked about not just Bitcoin, but I talked about Macron and I also talked about gold and where I would look to potentially take those trades. No indoor plumbing here, pulling water from the well, living in the 18th century. Actually, where I was staying in Mallorca was very, very similar. It was pretty epic. Someone says, what if some white swan event happens and we see a God candle shooting straight to 300K today? What if, yeah, I'm not even gonna, I don't know how to answer that, guys. I would absolutely love that. I would love that. Chat, if you learn economics, you will know how money flow in Bitcoin, and it's so complex yet so fascinating, and you will be profitable a lot in your swings. Am I correct? I guess. Probably a better chance than all of us winning the lottery than that happening. Yeah. We pump. Now maybe some volume kicking in. The riser, I was saying on the 5 minutes, but I guess it's not even. It's literally not. You're totally right in saying that. I don't know what I was looking at. On the 15 minute, I was comparing the previous candle though. So look, it is slightly going up, the riser. But obviously nowhere near this. So technically volume is declining. Can I use a week's account for my trading with your link? I opened the account. Absolutely, absolutely, guys. If you opened an account with my link and you're trading on weeks, absolutely you can. You have this link down below if you want to use weeks. My go-to is Bluffin, as you probably know by now. But I do trade on weeks as well. That's actually where I took my long at $58,000 within the community. Getting a little bit of a pump here. This is what I was saying. I was looking for a short, but this was clearly invalidated, so no entry for me. What is your opinion on the Bitcoin bull and bear market timings? Do you believe in 3 years of bull market and 1 year of bear market? Largely, yes. Yes, I do. 64.2K has been tapped, so we should have just cleared a nice cluster there, if I'm not mistaken. But we still have some shorts in, we have some longs in. Guys, how many times have you heard me say don't diddle in the middle? We're in some pretty decent trades in the group. I know I haven't been taking on a ridiculous amount of trades, but there are periods in the market where you need to preserve your capital, particularly if you're in already some solid trades, as I am, and as they were all shared in the community. Matt, what if the whole money market crashes due to some insights and everybody switches to traditional market to crypto, and crypto becomes gold and goes up to 1 million? Guys, why are we playing in hypotheticals like that? That's like, what am I meant to say? Like, what am I meant to say to a comment like that? Trula. We're in a little bit of dreamland here, aren't we? Super sweet film. You're not gonna hear me, Legends, tell you to take a trade just for the sake of taking a trade. That is not how you trade this market. Just don't diddle in the middle. So here's the thing. It says there's 280 of you watching right now. You know that I'm in a Bitcoin long, I am in a Bitcoin short, I am in a Tau short. I'm up big on these positions and they were all shared in my group. But if you're asking me right now and you have no open trades, where do I take a trade? In my opinion, it's not from here. Maybe it's not what you want to hear, but it's what you need to hear. In my opinion, it is not from here where you want to take a trade. I'm not seeing any clear insights to take a trade. I know some people are in the habit of always needing to take a trade, but guys, sometimes not taking a trade is the trade. Particularly with the weekend coming up. You know, it's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. From a swing trading perspective, I don't know, guys. Cave, exactly. Go play blackjack if you want to gamble. Exactly, Legends. If I already have a week's account, do I need to make a new one to be with your referral? Yes. Yes, you do. But we have bonuses, like there's USDC bonuses now with weeks as well, if that's something you're looking for. You sound a bit exhausted, my man. Take some social time. Weekend is usually like watching the grass grow. Guys, I feel like I've been ripping it up pretty well for 6 hours, to be honest. I'm not, I don't feel that tired, to be real. The only reason why I'll likely leave relatively soon is because I want to go to the gym. Lots of ifs, exactly. True. I took a scalp long at 62.7. It was beautiful. 33 Ethereum, congratulations. Awesome trade for you. Is this a good place to TP? Chef Money, I love the way you wrote TP. TP. Is this a good place to TP if you're long from 62.5? Yes. Yes. Especially if it's just a scalp, yes. Not financial advice, but yes. 28 World said, made 7.7K this morning longing Bitcoin and gold. Absolutely phenomenal, man. Congratulations. Great stuff. Great stuff. If you use Kraken and move under Metzer's referral, you get a free $10 Bitcoin bonus. That as well. Legends. Legends. So, let me just give you an overview of what I think could be happening next. The bigger picture that I think everyone needs to be aware of is basically this. I am still of the opinion that we can see continuation to the upside for a relief rally. And where I've been quite vocal about adding to my existing long from $58,000 that was shared within the community is at around that 60K zone. The reason being, we have a lot of liquidity there. A lot of liquidity there. It is a pretty important support zone. And I think that if Bitcoin were to go back below $60,000, I think most people would say, all right, a new low is for sure coming. It's over. The relief rally is over. Time for the next low. But because of the structure that we've created below the low, or at the sweep of the low that we established at the beginning of the year, this tells me that we can actually push a little bit higher. So if we get this pullback, I am actually looking to see if there's an opportunity to add to my existing long, and I would share it with you within my community. But my base case is that I think that this can potentially continue higher, and I'm going to play it as such. If we do continue higher, I TP more from my Bitcoin long, which I've already hit 3 take profits on my Bitcoin long, and we're currently sitting up over 50. And then I would look to add to my existing Bitcoin shorts. That's how I plan to play this. There's around 300 of you watching me right now. More and more people are leaving crypto. More and more people are getting just tired of crypto. But I'm telling you, these next few months, despite how choppy and ugly a potential relief rally could be, say for the next few weeks, if we are to get it, and then how frustrating it would be if we do establish a new low, just stick around, guys, because I think that we will be entering the next period of the market. And if you do believe in the 4-year cycle, that basically means with pullbacks along the way, 3 years of upwards momentum. Yes, you heard that right. We're in the latter stages of the bear market. So bear with me, we will make it together. I think that this is how things can play out. We've nailed the profits on the relief rallies. We've shorted all the relief rallies. We've taken profits on the way down. We've added to the positions on the way up. We took some longs. Things are looking really, really good from the trade side of things. And if you want to know when I take my next trade, perhaps something happens over the course of the weekend and I'll enter a trade. But if I'm not posting a video on the weekends, you'll need to know within the community. The thing with the community, guys, you're just trading with your own money. It's where I share my own insights. So you're trading with your own money on any of these exchanges. And I think that's a wrap. We've been at it for just over 6 hours. If you enjoyed the content, as always, make sure to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and let's actually do a quick recap to see what we're looking at. We are 17 subscribers away from 20,000 subscribers. I hope all of you have a lovely weekend. It is also the World Cup final this weekend, which I'm really looking forward to. I will be watching with friends and family. And that's a wrap. Have a lovely weekend. Make sure to join the community if you haven't already. And I'll see you in the next video.